107.6 megahertz. Dzimwe 107.6 megahertz. Likoma FM 107.6 megahertz. Liranguka FM 107.6 megahertz. Love FM 107.6 megahertz. Luani FM 107.6 megahertz. Mudziwatu 107.6 megahertz. Mzimba Community 107.6 megahertz. Neno FM 107.6 megahertz. Nyantepa Community 107.6 megahertz. Nyungwe FM 107.6 megahertz. Radio Dinosaur 107.6 megahertz. Rumpi FM 107.6 megahertz. Umoyo 107.6 megahertz.
We also had a review of our Communications Act and Electric and Cyber Security Act from Legal Directorate Service from MACRA. That was presented by Mr. Dan Shimoni. I'm sure, and again also we had a presentation on performance of broadcasting statement under the USF. That was presented by Mr. Ronald Tembo, who is the head of USF at MACRA. So those are some of the presentation that we had yesterday. Unless if I've omitted something, you can remind me, or we can still recap on what we did yesterday. Is there anyone who wants to say something that I failed to mention here? That's in order. The quietness would mean that everything was okay. Is that so? Okay.
Thank you, everyone. I remember also some issues that came up, and maybe we can have 2, 3, 5 minutes. You can also bring up some other issues. One issue I remember came from that end, that MACRA should do more sensitization on type approval, so that the products that are coming in, that are imported, must reflect our environment. So that one is one of the issues that came up. Yeah, and then you can also remind us of some other issues that we should compile as some of the issues that came up during the presentations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Zanziko Mankambo. So you suggested that you should have at least 3 to 5 minutes to look into what you're saying here. May we have the microphone, please? Yes, I see the hand on that far side. My colleagues from Broadcasting Department, help me with the microphone. I see the hand on the far side there.
Thank you very much, everyone. Mine is just an appeal. Following the FM refarming that has taken place, and I understand that one of the presentations talked about amendments of broadcasting license conditions. When amending the license conditions, it's my appeal that, if possible, MACRA should also take into consideration charging us broadcasters in local currency, so that whenever the foreign currency does something to our local currency, we should not be pulled out of the broadcasting industry, as the current case, whereby when the kwacha depreciates, devalues, then you will see that some small players in the industry are finding it hard to penetrate the market. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been reminded here that you should be mentioning your name and the radio station that you are presenting, for the sake of records, because they are taking some notes. Thank you.
Felix in Somali, Police FM.
Pardon, just a minute. Okay. They'll be given another forum. Okay, fine. Yeah, the manager of broadcasting is suggesting that we should be limited to what we discussed yesterday. If we have other issues, we may find another forum where we'll discuss it today, but basically it will be today, because this is your chance, this is our time that we should be discussing those issues. But not now, we go through our program. So you'll be given another chance so that you should share your concern. Is that in order, sir? Are you okay with that? Thank you. Anyone on the recap on what we did yesterday? That in case I've omitted something. Have I missed something from... Is that okay? We can continue the program now? Mr. Donna, you have something from Mulimi Radio? Is that okay? Okay, fine. So we continue our program. Allow me now to invite Mr. Moses Kaufa, who is Executive Director of the Media Council of Malawi. He's going to present to us this morning on journalism ethics and agenda setting theory. So let's welcome Mr. Moses Kaufa on the podium. Let's give him a round of applause.
I may be comfortable.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you. Kabendati nene kuti hallelujah. Salaam alaikum. Thank you. Today, I'm here briefly to share with you a few things to do with media ethics, the direction that we are taking, to do with media self-regulation in Malawi, the challenges that we face as the media in Malawi, and then some proposals of how we can move forward. For those that might not understand the generation of media self-regulation in Malawi, I would just love to explain one or two things. I know that probably 75% of those that are in this room might not have been there at the time when the Media Council of Malawi was being set up. Actually, Media Council and MACRA probably were established in the same year, because both of them were actually trying in one way or the other to bring sanity to the industry. Now, MACRA was bringing sanity to the industry on the part of government, while Media Council was bringing sanity to the industry from the industry perspective. We say, if you cannot hold yourself accountable, someone else is going to do that for you. And most of the times, it becomes painful. That is why the media industry felt that we need to create a system through which we can regulate ourselves before someone comes in to regulate us or to hold us to account. So like I said, I will talk about media ethics in brief, but I'll focus very much on the system of self-regulation. And then there is another issue that is actually affecting the industry, that is affecting us, to do with the agenda setting theory. I'll talk about it briefly. And then, like I said, I'll talk about some of challenges and threats that we face looking at the current developments in the media industry. And then, how can we adapt to the current media trajectory? Media self-regulation is looked at from 4 levels. The first is where we are talking about self-regulation from an individual perspective. How can you, as an individual media practitioner, regulate yourself, hold yourself to account? We normally use, we decided to start using the word media practitioner because we felt that journalists, reporters is kind of limiting. Apparently, we are looking at a media practitioner as someone who can do almost lots of things in the media sector. We can do lots of media productions and all those kinds of things, consultancies and etc. So, you as a practitioner, how do you hold yourself to account? Now, in the setup of media self-regulation in Malawi, we have our Bible, which is the Media Code of Conduct. Everyone has to adhere to that particular code of conduct. It is something that actually tries to create an environment for you that does not allow you to break the law. I'll give you an example of a household. Manyumba timakhala ndi enafe ndi makolo tili ndi ana. Now we know, for those that are Christians, we know the Bible says, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, and all those things. At the same time, we have the Constitution of the Government of the Republic of Malawi, which also prohibits killing, prohibits stealing. It's a crime. Now, as a parent, you say, no, so for us not to break these laws, not to break these commandments, we are setting up these standards for our household. Mwana iwe ndisamako nokwenda ndakuti akuphunzitsa zoyipa. Usamafike pakhomo pano nthawi yakuti ukumana ndi zakuti utere uzagwa mavuto mayesero akuti uzapezeka kuti wapanga commit this particular crime. So those are the standards that are set in the family setup. And our family in this case is the media industry. So we have this particular code of conduct which everyone is supposed to abide by, adhere to make sure that you remain professional and you remain accountable to the decisions you make as a media practitioner. Going to the second level, as an individual media practitioner, you publish for a specific media house, a specific radio station, a specific TV station. And every behavior that actually is conducted by an individual media practitioner reflects on the image of the institution that you are working for. That is why we also now have to look at how can a media house conduct itself professionally, guide its practitioners to conduct themselves professionally. Now every media house has to make sure that they have the media code of conduct. Everyone understands the media code of conduct. Everyone abides by and adheres to that particular code of conduct. In addition to that, we have made sure that each and every media house has an editorial policy which speaks to the requirements of the law, speaks to the requirements of the media code of conduct and professionalism. In addition to this, we have made sure that we create a system through which we can ably address complaints that are coming from the public about our conduct. So for example, if someone is not satisfied with what we are doing or what we have done, what our reporter has done, what our producer has done, they'll have to come to the radio station, they'll have to come to the TV station to complain. Who do they meet? They have to meet the ombudsperson. This is someone who has got to, who we train to be able to address those particular issues. Why do we emphasize on using ombudspersons? It's because we want to maintain a good relationship between the public, the audiences that we serve, and our station. Ineyo kuti ndamulakwira munthu and someone goes to my board chair kukandinenera. Amene yoyo mawa ndinkuja sindilankhula naye. He has reported me to my senior. For what reason? Why didn't he just come to me tizagambirane before it gets there? So that's why we are saying, no, before you can report to the Media Council, before you can report, you can take someone to the courts, before you can report someone to MACRA, let us talk to the media house and the infringed person, so that we create and we maintain good relations that exist between us and the audiences that we serve. Now, moving forward, if it fails at that particular level, it has failed with the individual, it has failed with the media institution, now they have to come to the Media Council. As a professional body, we are now representing all the media houses in the country. Apparently, the Media Council was established by media organizations. The media houses that were there at that particular time in 1998 are the ones who came up with the idea of setting up a media self-regulation system. And they are the ones who set up the Media Council. And essentially, broadcasters and all media houses in the country are owners of the council. And because all of them cannot always make day in, day out decisions for the council, they assign that responsibility to a board of trustees. Because the council was registered as a trust, its legal owners are the trustees, which means all the policy decisions are made at that particular level. But the board reports to the General Assembly, which is composed of all media houses that subscribe to the council, to media self-regulation. I'm saying subscribing because apparently we are still a voluntary organization where someone can choose kuti ineyo sindikufuna kuti ndioneke professional, sindikufuna kuti ndikhale attached to any professionalism ndizingopanga zanga. It's up to you. That's your choice. I believe there is that kind of freedom when it comes to voluntary organizations. Komano, at the end of the day, it backfires. So I'll explain what happens in due course. So what happens now at the council, we have the board of trustees, and under the board, there are 3 committees. We have the finance and administration committee, which looks at how we manage resources for the council. And then we have a membership and accreditation committee, which scrutinizes applications for membership and applications for accreditation. So when we accredit a journalist, a media practitioner, it means that media practitioner is accepting responsibility of being professional, is accepting to be held accountable when he or she makes a mistake in the course of his profession. And at the same time, he is telling anyone who will be infringed by his conduct or her conduct that if you see that I haven't done anything, I have done something unsatisfactorily, please report me to the Media Council. The moment you show them that you are accredited by the council, that is the commitment you are making. Now, on our part, we are taking responsibility by issuing you with that particular accreditation. We are taking responsibility. Uyuya agajimwa bena pali pose ndi mwana watu bwerani kwa ifeyo muzada ndaule, and you will handle that. So there is a committee which handles that, and this is the Ethics, Complaints and Disciplinary Committee. It is composed of, the chair is the Malawi Law Society. So Malawi Law Society gives us a lawyer every time. And then we also have the Women Lawyers Association as a member. We have MISA Malawi as a member. And we have 2 media houses. Apparently there is Media and there is Nation Publications as members to this committee. So these actually come together when there is a case. When we have received a complaint, we have to invite these to that particular session where they scrutinize the case. If there is need for a hearing, we do organize that, and then we make a determination as a council. Now, there is a 4th level of media self-regulation where now we are empowering the public. The public need to understand, they need to know how we operate as a media. There are media practitioners that have been attacked because they are being thought as being part and parcel of probably a certain political party because of the coverage, their coverage and all those kinds of things. But that is because they do not understand how the media operates. So we want the public to understand how we work so that they can hold us to account. At the same time, they can protect us. There are a number of principles in the Media Code of Conduct. I just pulled out few which actually come out prominent in the exercise of our functions as a council. We have, it's the whole booklet. Actually, it's on our website. If anyone wants to have access to the Media Code of Conduct, you can just go to our website, www.mediacouncil-mw.org. You'll find the Media Code of Conduct. Apparently, we have also developed a number of codes relevant or relative to the Code of Conduct. We have the Child Rights Reporting Guidelines, which we did with UNICEF and the Malawi Institute of Journalism. We have the Gender-Based Violence Reporting Guidelines, which we did with Spotlight Initiative. And then we are also working on election reporting guidelines with the Malawi Electoral Commission. All these are guidelines that we will have to use for us to remain professional. There are issues of fairness in our coverage of stories, or the issues of independence. We see how other media houses are being controlled to the fact that to the extent that probably the public suffers because the public expect this, and the media house does the other thing that is contrary to the expectation of the public, because there is someone who is controlling that particular media house other than the people that they are supposed to serve. Issues of impartiality. And then there is the issue of checkbook journalism and brown envelope journalism. This, sometimes, most of the time, people fail to differentiate what is checkbook journalism and what is brown envelope journalism. I'll just explain briefly. Checkbook journalism is where a media house or a media practitioner pays a source to give you information. While brown envelope journalism is where you receive money for you to publish a story. And this actually is tarnishing the image of the media industry in Malawi. Every journalist who is invited to cover a function wants to receive something before they can work on that particular. Actually, I was working for another organization before I came to the Media Council, and I remember we invited journalists to cover a function at Capital Hotel, and we were giving them transport refunds, and they said, "Anzano amaripatsa akumaripatsa marwente bini nuzona mungaripatsa 10,000 tikaite mbenuza nkhani mene iyi." Yeah, because now they are not satisfied with the money that they're being given. But essentially, what we emphasize as a council, if an organization, I mean, every media house has got to make plans for its newsroom and its production department or whatever. And where a certain organization, external, invites you to a function or to an event that you did not plan for, they should provide you with those resources, transport. If they keep you beyond lunch, they give you lunch. If they keep you beyond a night, they give you accommodation. It doesn't matter whether that organization comes with their vehicle kuza kutengani, kupita kumene kuja, akakupasani lunch, kumene kuja muja, and then they will pay for your accommodation. As long as they have provided that, that is enough. That is okay. You don't have to demand any money when these have already been provided. That is the principle. All right? In checkbook journalism, we have seen kwambiri anthu amene timati mwina tikapita kumidzi, we want to capture stories, we see kuti mwina waka kulimba kuti atipatse information, we give them a treat. Tapatsa kena kake, kaya tapatsa and drink kumene. I mean, there are people, even organizations, who go to the communities, kukapanga document ma projects. They go there with crates of drinks and ma buns and so on. Kukapatsa anthu. So in return, those people give them a better perspective of what they are doing, a positive side of what they are doing, the positive impact of whatever they are doing in that particular community. So it's like they have been manipulated using the incentives that they have been given. And this also happens with journalists, mostly investigative journalists who go to the communities. And then there is the issue of conflict of interest, where as a media house, you know you have to serve your people and you have your editorial policy in place, but then you are now influenced by what you get from other organizations who could have made big news stories for your organization and for your audiences. I just want just an example. Do we know how many organizations, or probably by show of hands, those organizations that have written negative stories about Airtel? Maybe one can give us an example. If you have written anything negative about Airtel Malawi. You see, those are the kinds of, because now you find when people are complaining about the service, they've received those kinds of complaints at the council. Someone just copies the whole story, ndikukango center byline, kuti story jawale mbandi yeyo, and becomes an issue. So these are the most critical issues that we have been addressing at the council. But if you go through the media code of conduct, you will see a number of principles that we want you to abide by. Now there is the issue of agenda setting. We know that as a media, we actually facilitate decisions that people make out there. When we give people information, we are trying to influence their decision-making power. Just recently, we had the 2 events taking place. Kunali birthday party ya Simbi Ujen Wunchinji uku. Kunabwera some international artists and so on. I understand even the vice president was there and some prominent personalities in Malawi. But then, the attention was driven to the elections of the farm president. Because the media focused on the elections. So everyone actually had to focus on the elections. That is how we set the agenda. We choose what we want people to discuss at that particular day. We choose what we want people to focus on. We choose what kind of decisions we want people to make. And when it comes to the political arena, a lot of things happen. And this agenda setting impacts on people negatively. Because we try to hide information, we try to twist information, we try to disinform people so that they make decisions according to what we want them to, the decisions that we want them to make. That is a negative effect of agenda setting. But the media is very well placed to help our public, to help our audiences make right decisions, even facilitate monitoring of projects that are taking place in our respective areas. I mean, for me, I've been going to communities where development projects are taking place, and you find that because an organization that is implementing that project has taken you there, you cannot write anything negative about what is happening in the community. But if you go there alone, without their resources, with your own resources as an institution, you would definitely come across information that people are complaining about, and probably some impact that has definitely failed to address the needs of the people in that particular area. I remember the other time I was working for Farm Radio Trust, and I went to Lirangwe. And then there was a project here at WFP where they were helping people to set up my backyard gardens. I was like, dimba lapa komo nalidziwa. When I was very, very young, I was in Standard 2 when I went to my village, and I learned about Madimba. And someone is learning about Dimba today. And this time, kunapezeka kuti 6 months down the line, we went there, ndukapeza kuti Madimba aja onse, they are no longer functioning. And people said it's because alangizana siya kubwera. So we cannot continue with this. Who is benefiting from those things? It was the people who were benefiting, but alangiza siya kubwera, and also they stop being productive. And that is the trend that we have in Malawi, apparently. The good thing now is we have a lot of community radios who should have been monitors of these particular projects for us to see change in our respective communities and in our country. So we are the ones who can facilitate change. We can set the agenda in our communities to make sure that people now have their livelihoods transformed. Now there are a number of challenges when it comes to self-regulation and professionalism, as we call it. Number one, there are legal restrictions. Most of our media organizations, especially in my religious organizations and my community radios, I know if we are not supposed to be making profits and so on. That is what the law says. You are not a profit-making organization. But how do you survive? If you are not a profit-making organization, if you don't generate money, how do you survive? That is why we are scrambling. We are for donors, as it was Ram, as it was some donations and so on, as Banga fund my projects. But we can create our own, we can commercialize our services and create our own income, so that we remain independent and nobody takes advantage of our vulnerability to control us in whatever we do. So there is quite a lot. That's why I chose to use the word media practitioner, because I know as a media practitioner, you can be as productive as you can without thinking outside the box, but thinking without the box. Let's be creative, let's be innovative, so that we are able to generate funds. But then, if the law maintains that we are non-profit making, then we are challenged. At least if there were categories of our income bases, probably that would really help to define how far we can go in terms of income generation as institutions. In the same vein, as a council, I mentioned we are a voluntary organization, and this makes it difficult for us to enforce our mandate sometimes. For example, we have an issue, we have a system through which someone is infringed by a media house, and we are saying you go to that particular media house, meet the ombudsperson. If it fails there, you go to the media council to complain. And the media council is the one that is going to handle that as a mother body of the industry. But then, you know, MACRA comes and says, you need to be airing this announcement that anyone who is infringed by your content should report to the Director General of MACRA. If we give people these two messages, we are confusing them. All right? So, for us to be able to work together, to be in the one system through which probably before issues go to MACRA, before complaints go to MACRA, they have to come to the council first. It means we have to be recognized by law. We should not be a voluntary organization. That's one thing. Recently, we started working with the Malawi Electoral Commission. I just mentioned that we are developing the electoral reporting guidelines, election reporting guidelines with the Malawi Electoral Commission. And we are saying, actually they were saying, if you guys were legally registered or legally recognized, legislated, it would have been easy for us to leave even all the powers of accrediting journalists who cover elections in the hands of the council. We recognize those that come with that accreditation, ya media council, situmavurika now wabanga scrutinized because we know they have already been scrutinized. But then, this was supposed to be your 100% role of accrediting journalists for whatever is happening, even court reporting, even election reporting and all that. But because of this, we are challenged. We have been working with the Ministry of Information, accrediting foreign journalists, accrediting local journalists. That also comes into play. Now we also have had issues where media organizations have been challenged by the authorities. I remember recently we had that issue, yeah, my license, licenses being revoked and so on. And people were saying, Kodi a media council nde mugurani, amisa mugurani, mugungu yanga na zintu zizukujitiga. If there was that legislative power, it means we could have had a clear system through which before MACRA actually disciplines the media house, or actually cautions the media house, for delayed payment of license fees, they could have come to the Media Council to say, Akulu, ana akukanika kulipira izizi, can you address this before we apply the law? All right? But then being voluntary means now that we cannot even interfere in the legal system ya MACRA because we do not have those legal powers. So in terms of legal restrictions, those are the two areas. On the part of the media houses in terms of income generation and so on, and on the part of the council in terms of enforcing the media self-regulation. And then we also have the political interference. And this actually happens largely with our public service provider, our public service broadcaster. Panobo, we have MPC is very professional. Yeah, it's very professional. I'm saying professional, very professional, because for the past 3 years we have not received a complaint against the MPC. Yeah, but now we are going into an election. Tione kuti tikamafika mu July, August 2025 kubwera ma complaints angati. That is where I'm talking about the political interference. Zimayamba nokutuluka nthawi imene iyi because everyone wants to use the public broadcaster for their own benefits. And now we usually the journalists that we work that work from that in that particular media house are the ones that are in that particular fix because they're the ones that have to serve the masters who want to be served at that particular time. We have the issue of economic pressures. Apparently, much as we have been talking about the COVID situation affecting our businesses, we have now the devaluations. You know, we have the wars that we are talking about in Ukraine, in Israel, and whatever, assuming they are affecting our businesses and so on. But then, moving from the point that I made, legal restrictions in our income generating power, we also see that if my broadcasters, we are not being creative, we are not being innovative. I mean, the time that people were affected by COVID was the time that other media houses made a lot of money. Just in February this year, I was in Nairobi. We went to visit the Media Council of Kenya, and we went through a number of media houses in Kenya. People made a lot of money during the COVID era because they created services during that time. Pena, if you and managers, media organizations, we try to be rigid. We don't want to let these young minds bring out the best of their creativity to help us or to serve us in our institutions. Now, as a council, we depend very much on the subscriptions from the media houses, membership subscriptions, and even the accreditation subscriptions. We don't get any money from government. Ndramas many timaveza from organizations, the donors, zimakala specific to support project activities, not administrative costs. That is why you find, much as I've said, the Media Council and MACRA were born in the same year. You find the council has died a number of times because of that resource sustainability. That challenge is not coming from the council itself alone, but it's coming also from the media houses who are the owners of the council. They are failing to support the council, and essentially the council fails to function and dies. And those are the issues that we also need to address. Apparently, we were supposed to have an annual media symposium where we wanted to discuss these kinds of issues, but we just postponed to next year. And in January 12, we are going to have a general assembly where we are also going to brainstorm on these particular issues so that we find a way forward. Then we have the issue of technology now, social media, and now we are talking about artificial intelligence. How do we regulate the media amidst these kinds of technological developments. Apparently, it's easy for us to regulate social media platforms that are connected to professional media houses. If you have a social media platform, it will be easy for us to regulate that because we know that it is being managed by a professional body, a professional media house. But there are those blogs and the other social media platforms that are now disseminating lots of misinformation, and they are actually confusing people out there. We cannot control them. So we as media, professional media bodies need to come forward, to come first, to demystify those kinds of fake news, fake information that's being propelled out there using our platforms. So if I come across a certain kind of information from the social media platforms, I should check with the with say Angaliba, with Mibawa, with MBC, with Zodiac, with all those kinds of media houses to see if they have also published the same information. Then I will say, okay, this now is credible information because I know these actually are professionals. They verify information before they can publish. The coming in of artificial intelligence is also another big challenge, where we now see, I mean, you can ask artificial intelligence to give you information, to write for you an essay. It can write for you a whole research project and all that. And you just copy it and just put your name there. But then, it's also a challenge. I just tried at some point. You can also try it at some point. Ask, there is ChatGPT, yeah? Ask GPT, who is Moses Kaufa in my case? Ask GPT about yourself, who is so-so. You find the information that is going to come there. Information ina yaboza, ina yo nagomayosa kwanira, you see. That is the same thing that happens. If you're writing a story and you want to feature, you want to write something about, say, Kondwani Nkrumah, and you just ask GPT about Kondwani Nkrumah, it will give you information that will be probably wrong. And then you publish that, someone is going to be on your neck. So even artificial intelligence, we use artificial intelligence as the media, but still we have to verify the information that we come across. Because what artificial intelligence does is that it gives you information based on what has been posted on the internet about that particular subject. So it will not give you everything. Information sinaipange publish on the internet. See what's about that information. So we really need to be on our toes when we are using the social media platforms. Also when we are using new media technologies like artificial intelligence and so on. Because these are the factors that affect the quality and relevance of our outputs and also the trust that the public is going to have on our productions and on us. So, in conclusion, I want to mention a few things based on what I've shared. Number one, we should begin now to rethink the model of self-regulation that we want to have in Malawi. Do we still want to maintain the voluntary self-regulation? We have done our assessments across the globe. We have not found any successful voluntary media self-regulation. In the southern part of Africa, anywhere. Like I said, we even went for a benchmarking visit to the Media Council of Kenya to learn how they are doing it. They are successful. We try to see what is happening in the southern part of Africa, in Botswana, in Zimbabwe, in Mozambique, in Tanzania. Voluntary self-regulation, it has failed. So we really need to begin to think of how we can rebuild our self-regulation system in Malawi, and also how we can strengthen the arbitration system, the arbitration procedure that we use in Malawi. Number two, we now have to think of how we can develop or how we can improve on the quality of our content, the quality of our services as broadcasters, so that at the end of the day, we build the trust. At the end of the day, we contribute to the development of the nation by assisting or helping people make right decisions based on the right information that we give them. And secondly, we remain sustainable institutions because we have sustainable resource mobilization initiatives, interventions that will see us growing better and better. And then, we cannot work in isolation. Everywhere that you are working as broadcasters, kind of community radio, make sure that you identify people that you can work with, organizations that you can work with. We have tried, apparently we have done a number of trainings on access to information, and what we did was to make sure that we incorporate everyone who is involved in providing information and in facilitating the operationalization of the access to information. Because we know that as a media, we cannot just work in isolation. We need to identify those stakeholders that we can work with. So most importantly, the people that we serve need to give us feedback. So we need to create feedback channels in our organizations, in our media houses, to make sure that we address what people are looking for, the expectations of the people from us as we go along. And then, the self-regulation with regards to the use of digital technologies and artificial intelligence. It's something that we really need to now to be serious about, to see how best we can regulate these technological spaces. Media bodies and organizations should also invest in journalism education and training, and by providing opportunities for continuous learning and skills development for journalists. Apparently, we have been doing a number of refresher trainings, because what we believe in as the Media Council, a number of people have been saying, simapanga publish ma cases amene mukupanga handle at the council. Tizuona kuti wakutana media house yakuti yapezeka ni mulando wakuti mulando wona tap motere. We said kuti ifeyo as a council, our success is not based on the increase in number of the cases that we receive or the cases that we handle at the council. Because if we have more cases, it means we are not working. If last year we had 20 cases and this year we have 30 cases, it means we are not working. But if last year we had 20 cases, this year we have 10, it means things are happening. Because what we want is to ensure professionalism in the industry. If we have less cases, it means we are getting more and more professional. And that is what we want. That is why we are investing very much in capacity building of media practitioners. And we are working with media training institutions. We are working with other media bodies to make sure that we combine forces and address the key issues that are affecting the media. And then, like I said, the media organization should also think entrepreneurial. We have to think of commercializing everything that we are offering. I've seen, especially my community radios, where you find we are airing programs, music from probably 9 o'clock mpaka na 12 o'clock masana. I mean, 3 hours wasted. You're just airing music. That 3 hours, mukaipanga calculate on the dramas mene mukupereka ku Makra for the license fees. That 3 hours is a lot of money. And if you just waste that money kumangoikapo nyimbo, it means kuti just know kuti you have misused that whole airtime. At the end of the day, ask yourself, kodi programu yakuti ya nyimbo tinapanga ija yatipangira ndalama zingati? Programu ya mautenga yakuti yatipangira ndalama zingati? Programu yakuti yatipangira ndalama zingati? That way we are going to sustain our services. No media house is going to die. No media house is going to fail to pay for their license fees. No media house is going to fail to pay their staff. Tayo minute malimbana ndi zama license fees, revocation of license fees. People focused on the license fees, but there were a lot of media organizations that were failing to pay their people. Ena madanda, they have been complaining kuti 6 months itisa kulandira masalaries. A number of media houses. And their focus was only on the license fees. Let us be realistic. Let us be entrepreneurial. This is business. Wherever you know kuti you are using resources, you are digesting resources into products, you are paying people, you have to pay people, you have to generate money, you have to pay bills. That is a business, and we have to be entrepreneurial. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Moses Kaufa. He has taken about some time, but I think it's worth it because he has shared much on us. Basically, he was reminding us that we need to remain professional and stick to media conduct of ethics that reflect the media house that you are representing into, and also on the issue of agenda setting theory. He was reminding us as media practitioners to remain professional. I think on that one, I would just add with you, and I just say, TNT pewe bagari banamagirisa nchito the so-called media influencers, because in the many agononga zintu kwambiri. They are there on the social media, kuti asangaratse their political masters. So some of us, if you just go there and grab as our source and write stories, I'm sure we end up in trouble as we're heading towards elections. Let's try to maintain professionalism and avoid those things. For example, without reflecting on anyone, you saw what was written. Someone just wrote something yesterday on the social media. No, I'm going to ADL, I've got issues with them. A lot of media houses carried the story, and I was surprised in the evening there were some retractions and whatsoever. So let's try to be professional on those things. So I think I should give you time for some questions. In case you have some questions and comments to make, at least 6 or 5, then we move on with our program. Those that have some questions, okay, I see hands that side. Would you mind to provide some microphones, please? My friends from, okay. For the sake of the records, the rapporteurs that are taking notes, remember to introduce yourself and the media house that you are representing, and let's avoid setting some background. Just go straight to the question that we want to make, or if it's a comment, make it at least brief.
My name is James Kalimbuka from Yoneko FM. I just want to make a comment on being entrepreneurial and operating businesses as a profit-making institution. The law requires that you do not venture into activities that directly make you profit. So the difference between a profit-making institution and a non-profit-making institution is that when you run the business in the profit-making institution, at the end of the day, you share dividends as shareholders, right? But in the case of a non-profit-making institution, the law requires that after you've concluded your investment period, then the main body should draw a proposal to the business wing, and then the business wing should release money as a grant into the account of the main institution. So what this means is that the main institution, like the Media Council of Malawi, should establish a business wing independently registered. So when that business wing does the business at the end of a year, they should now plow the profit into the Media Council account, but never to share dividends as per the individual members who subscribed that institution. So that arrangement the law allows. I'll give you an example. In 2004, at the Kongoma AGM, Kongoma had similar challenges, and they established a Kongoma Sustainability Committee. So that was their business wing. So I was privileged to be part of that. Then we used the same at Yoneko. where there is a business development wing. The radio belongs there. And then there is an oil factory there. And we also have a printing house. Some of those are still undergoing some development. I did the same when I was a member of the board for CHRR. We registered the CHRR Trust Limited. It has got a farm in Sandhe. But the practice is, at the end of the day, the main institution must write a proposal detailing out the money they need and then what they will use it for. So that budget is funded by this other subsidiary institution. So a common structure of our NGOs, for example, he mentioned that there are three subcommittees in the board. Yeah, every institution you find appointments and disciplinary projects and programs, subcommittee and the like. But these institutions that I'm mentioning, they have also established resource mobilization and sustainability subcommittee. So about the review of your constitution lies with your mandate. You can review it and include this other committee because you have to go with times and the relevance of the committees that you are maintaining. So decisions can be made at board level to establish that committee within the board that regulates your business institution. Take the model of DAP, development aid from people to people. They monetize Maberwaj. Why don't you as Media Council of Malawi do this business where people they are saying taking orders, and in taking orders they are bringing in recorders? Can't you bring us good recorders as the media houses? So we buy from you. You can order some equipment like spare parts for transmitters once they are damaged. It's expensive to maintain. You can have a wing which can stock those spare parts. We can buy from you. So those are some of the initiatives that you can take as a Media Council of Malawi.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me stop there.
Sure.
And,
Sorry.
Sorry,
Sorry to cut you
very
because
brief,
of time,
but,
please.
Because of time, let me
Yes,
stop there.
thank you. All right, thank you very much for your comment. We may have other hands. Behind you, Lucy, there's a lady there. Try to be brief, please. We want to finish at a good time.
Thank you. My name is Gloria Masanza Kanyangwa. I am from Linga FM. I might have missed it, but you said that the council and MACRA were formed almost roughly at the same time. But MACRA is still standing and the council has died. Before, I remember it was with the late Patrick Sempere. Now it's in your hands. What has the council been doing in the time it has died and resurrected to remain relevant and to stay afloat? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can have another question.
Thank you. Good presentation. Thank you so much. It's rich and enlightening. Two comments.
Sorry to cut you. Remember to mention your name. They are taking some notes on the organization.
Limbani Matola, Mpila TV. Two comments, quick ones. Number one, wanted to alert all of us, particularly on the issue of gender setting. Talking from experience on the just ended the farmer elections. People are clever these days. They will employ our journalists as the part of the media team. So you have a journalist in your own media house who is a team member of one camp, or next year it will be a political party. So in terms of agenda setting, this guy is well paid, they are sponsored, and okay, things of that sort. So we noted these things when we had the elections, where we now saw journalists putting on T-shirts of the candidates. And so how then would you be fair in your reporting or analysis? So as media houses, I think we just need to be alert. These things can happen. The second one, from experience, I think it's been mentioned where due to lack of resources, the journalists are there, they don't have cameras, they don't have recorders, the batteries are expired in their recorders, they don't have transport, and somebody is calling them for news coverage. I mean, at that moment in your newsroom, surely you might not travel on that particular day because of lack of resources. And somebody comes in and sponsors everything for you. How do we differentiate where we are saying journalists should not be paid and where at the same time the media houses are not empowering the journalists to work professionally? So we need to strike a balance as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Rimbani. We can have 2 questions, then let Moses respond.
My name is Felix Msomali from Police FM. Oftentimes, media ownership dictates editorial policy, which in turn compromise fairness and objectivity in news reporting. As a Media Council of Malawi, what are you doing to ensure that there is fairness stroke objectivity in news reporting, bearing in mind the concept of this media ownership vis-a-vis editorial policies? Thank you.
Let's have the last one, then let Moses respond. Then we'll come the second round. I've seen you, Mr. Lubesha. Yes, and my brother.
Thank you. My name is Charles Chikapa. I would like to thank Moses for the good presentation. Mine is basically a comment or a suggestion after hearing these comments. Is it possible for us as a media to form a national press association and then let it be assigned to, let it work with the Media Council? I recall so many years ago we had a similar arrangement and it was well funded by the US government. Journalists from Lilongwe would go to Blanda, everything was there to help them in their reporting, but for some reason it died. Is it possible to revive the arrangement instead of having this press club in Zomba, this press club in Sanje, this press club in Chitipa? Can we have a national press club or a national press association working in close collaboration with the Media Council? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let Moses respond to those questions, and then we'll go for the second round of questions and the comments. Thank you. Over to you, Moses.
Thank you very much. I think the first one was basically a comment and a suggestion from Yoneko on how we can build on the resource mobilization and the business kind of aspect of our organizations. And I think taking that further, my suggestion in terms of going entrepreneurial as media houses, I think that's where now we have to lobby even the MACRA and government to see how they can tweak the law probably to begin to accommodate that, because even in the business community, we have small and medium enterprises. We have, those kinds of categories. We can have those even within the media industry. Registering an entity, a business entity within our organization, I don't think that should be a problem, because that is the entity that is going to fund operations of the media house. So I think that would still stand. And I've taken the suggestion that you made. We still trying to create services as well as a council. Actually, recently we have been sharing with our colleagues in meetings that we have met that we have actually a feedback platform, an ICT feedback platform that we use to conduct even polls and surveys for any organization that comes forward. So we have done that with a few media houses. So like in Nzimba, radio comes and says we want to assess opinions on this particular subject in Nzimba district. We do that for them. Then we go to, say, Nyantepa in Nsanja. We want to assess this, the opinions based on this particular information. We do that for them, and that is done at a cost. So that's how we have started building our own income-generating interventions as a council. And we are expecting to go further, to build more. And then when we have reached, we have created that business package, and then we can now begin to think of registering that entity, business entity that we can use to also bring funds for the institution. The other question, why has the council, the council and MACRA were both established in 1998. And like I said earlier on, you will see that MACRA was established under or within the requirements of the Communications Act. Yeah? While Media Council does not have a Media Council Act. It was established as an association of media houses. So you can see the strengths that lie in that particular setup. That is why you find now that there are a number of people, media houses, that came after the council was established. They did not understand why the council exists, and they did not feel the need to be part and parcel of the media self-regulation. That is why we have taken a deliberate step that we are visiting each and every media house individually to explain to them the concept of media self-regulation and what is expected of each and every media house and media practitioner, so that people can understand. Because people do not understand the relevance of the council to their operations, they don't see the need for them to subscribe to it. And then eventually the council lacks financial support from the media organizations and eventually dies. You will see that most of the times it's like the same media organizations come together and say, let us resuscitate the council. The council is resuscitated. An organization comes to fund that resuscitation process. You have a project for 5 years. You employ a director to oversee all those processes. When the money is being depleted, the director leaves and the council dies. You see? And I'm telling you, I've checked the records from the time that the council has existed. I think before we came, before we came into this journey, the highest number of accredited journalists then was 150 journalists, media practitioners. Apparently, we have about 823 journalists that we have accredited just within the past 2 years. And it's because we are going through media houses. We want media houses to commit, and then they pay accreditation for their staff. And by many previously, it was every journalist was going there individually to pay for their membership, just like it happens with MISA. And then the other thing was people actually focused very much on the cases that the council is handling. So if the moment you receive a call from the media council, immediately think that you wapalamula jina jage. All right? This time, you receive a call from the council, you know probably you are being invited to a capacity building training. So those are the kinds of interventions or initiatives that we are taking to make sure that we remain relevant to the industry. The issue about the agenda setting, I think that was only a comment, it wasn't a question. And then the issue of resources in newsrooms. Like I said earlier on, I believe that every media house is a business. And when you have taken a step to start addressing an issue, you know you need resources for that. And let us not burden our journalists, our staff, with the responsibility of looking for resources. Ngati tikuntuma ntolankhani to go and work somewhere, we need to give them the resources they need to do that particular work. Otherwise, their output will be compromised because there will be other people, other institutions that will provide those resources, and our objective will be compromised. And secondly, we have seen a number of journalists being attacked because probably they are, we have seen journalists being attacked because they are using probably a political party vehicle kupita kukapanga cover function. It's because the media house has failed to provide a vehicle for them to use to go to cover a political rally. And because the political party wants that their rally covered, they provide a vehicle to do that. And anthu akangoona kuti mtolankhani wa Zodiac, mtolankhani wa MBC akutuluka mgalimoto ya chipani, ndekuti iyeyo ndi wachani? Ndi wachipani chimene chocho. Anthu amene ali against that particular political party, they can do anything on those particular journalists. So for us to protect them, we also need to make sure that we provide the resources. We had the same discussion yesterday with MEC, where we're saying, for a political party, if a political party has goodwill to provide transport kwa atolankhani, the better way would be probably for them to hire a neutral vehicle. Ikatenga atolankhani ma media house, akapange cover function, then iviteso ikasiye. Kapena apange provide fuel to the media house. Kuta tire mgalimoto mwawo, apita akapange cover the function, and then they come back. Komano, what we emphasize is to make sure that media houses take the responsibility of providing resources to the journalists when they are going out to work. The issue of media ownership and objectivity, I think it's in line with what I mentioned at some point, the issue of kind of conflict of interest, where I said sometimes timapezeka kuti our objectivity has been compromised because we wanted to achieve something from the stakeholders that we work with. We know that most media houses are owned by people who have got various interests. There are media houses that are owned by politicians. There are media houses that are owned by business people. There are media houses that are owned by religious institutions. All these have got their own objectives. They have got their own strategies that they use in implementing their functions. But then at the end of the day, what we're saying is the editorial policy that you have in your media house should reflect the standard code of professional conduct that we have in Malawi. If it is in conflict with the professionalism that we expect, the standards that we expect, then there is a problem. That is why we try most of the times to, when we reach out to media houses, we want to find out if they have the editorial policy, and if there is an opportunity, we have to look at the editorial policy to make sure that it is in line with the expectations of the industry in Malawi. About the possibility of forming a national press association, the question for me would be, what would be the objective of the association? What would be the functions of that particular association? Apparently we have a number of media clubs. Previously we thought that we can have 3 media clubs in the country, one in the north, one in the central, and another one in the south. But we have seen that in the south, I think they have 2. In the eastern region, they have 2 now. In the central region, they have 1. I think in the northern region, they must have 2 as well. Yeah? Well, there is freedom of forming these kinds of associations. And what we need to understand now is, why do we have all these? What's the objective of having all these? What purpose are they serving? Now, coming to the issue of a press association, we already have, because, for example, this time, people have been asking, what's the difference between Media Council and MISA Malawi? So the media association, the press association of Malawi, will want it fit in the functions of MISA Malawi? Want it fit in the functions of Media Council? What will it be? What would be its role in the first place? So those are the questions that I would really ask. We have MISA, which is an advocate for press freedom, and focuses very much on human rights, on the rights of journalists, while Media Council actually focuses on professionalism and regulating the media. But at the end of the day, both organizations are trying to propel or to promote the independence of the media in Malawi, and we believe that we just have to work together. But then where we see that there is need for this organization to be empowered this way, we also have to come together. That is why I mentioned even previously that the composition of the board of the council actually has got a number of all media houses, because it's the media houses who appoint the board. And then even in the committees, we have all these bodies. Apparently, in the ethics committee, I mean, we have Nyika Media Club from the north. And we have Misa Malawi in there. Yes. So we just have to make sure that we strengthen this relationship, other than creating another body altogether. But how can we strengthen the existence of the organizations that we already have? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Moses. I think you should take the last set of questions. I've seen Owen and Edward there too. Then we move on.
Thank you, Moses, for the wonderful presentation. But mine is just out of curiosity. You made a mention in your presentation that you visited some radio stations in East Africa. But I just want to understand, within the region, that's Southern Africa per se, where media councils are ticking, what lessons can we draw from there? How are they operating?
Edward.
Wow, okay, thank you. My name is Edward Kwacha from Umuntu FM. On the resource mobilization, I just wanted to find out, as the council, don't you have maybe deliberate effort that we may actually have to make sure that the radio stations, particularly those who are struggling, especially the community radios, they can be capacitated in resource mobilization. Maybe we may also even partner with other institutions like MACRA or even Misa Malawi, if we can actually join hands and have a robust workshop that could aim at strengthening the resource mobilization strategy. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Edward Howe, Radio Liranguka Mangochi. I just wanted to comment on the issue yopereka transport kapena allowance kwa atolankhani. I wanted it to, of course, zimakambidwa kawiri zimene zimadzudzula atolankhani. Inde ndi pola kuika pamene mtolankhani akupanga claim kuti nkhani isindilemba pokhapokha ndipatse allowance. Come on the other hand, we would like to appreciate kuti nyumba zambiri zolutsa nkhani zilibe enough financial muscle. So atolankhani athu tikatumiza, and when they are sorted out, imakangati financial relief. So whoever started that thing, surana akuitsa anachita bwino. I also wanted to say magamba za nthawi ina mukuti atolankhani kwina kwake amanena kuti mutipatsa ma 10,000, anzathu amatipatsa anzana amatipatsa ma 20,000. Of course, it doesn't sound well. Sizikumvekati bwino. Komanso sometimes zimakhala ngati tikaona mbali ina kumakhala kuti ndatolankhani awa kantima kameneko ndatolankhani awa. Officials tabwera napata sign and ma 90,000, atolankhani ali kuti atangopatsa ma 10,000. So zimaoneka ngati kuti uku ndikongoti poti awa ndi awa belittling them. which on the other hand doesn't look good. Koma if there is an opportunity to own mtulankhani, kupereka resource kwa mtulankhani ta taupasa transport pita ukapangika vankhani, it's not a guarantee kuti mtulankhani uja cannot be biased. In mwampasa 50,000, ena umpanga bias abwani 500,000. It's just a heart of professionalism. Whether pali drama, if provided sources or not, koma ngati munthu yosali into professionalism will still go biased. So I wanted just to look at this in both sides. Zimakambidwa kwambiri atulankhani mufuna ma atulankhani. Koma on the other hand, it's got advantages. Of course, on the other hand, zendi disadvantage yake.
All right, thank you very much, Edward. And ndimafuso awiri kuchokera kwa Owen komanso Edward wako umuntu. Edward wako lianguka inali comment jambe. So let's tackle the two questions, then we move forward.
Okay, yeah. We did an assessment of media self-regulation in the southern part of Africa, looking at the pure or voluntary self-regulation system. And then we focused on the whole Africa to look at the statutory self-regulation. And basically what we noted is that one of the best, or the best model is the Kenyan one, because it allows media practitioners or media organizations to be in the forefront in the design of the whole system. So for example, the recruitment of, so it's like the way we are composed as a council in Malawi. We have media organizations that are appointed by the General Assembly to represent the council as board members. And we have also representation from the civil society, the Malawi Law Society, and so on. Now, this forum is created in Kenya to oversee the recruitment of the board of trustees. So they have to advertise the positions of the board so that everyone now can apply. And this forum is the one that interviews those, so that the industry is satisfied with who they want to lead the Media Council. Similarly, they have a complaints committee, a complaints commission, which is actually chaired by a High Court judge. And the complaints commission has quasi-judicial powers such that when they make a determination, they make a determination just like any other court. Yeah? We have heard about instances where even the president has gone to the council for a hearing after presenting a complaint to the Media Council. So that is how strong their system is. They have, they started the way we started, voluntary, and then they said, no, for us to have the powers to enforce our mandate, we need to have legal protection. So let's go for legislation. That's what they did. Where it raises some question marks is where now the council gets subvention from government. Yeah, they say it doesn't affect their operations because of the composition, how they appoint their leadership. Yeah, but then others outside are the ones who complain that no, because of this you might not be able to bite the finger that feeds you. That is the only challenge. We checked with the Media Council of Nigeria. The problem that they have is on the composition. Their constitution gives more power to the president and the minister to appoint the leadership of the council. So they have the Media Council Act, but the composition and the powers vested in the president and the minister, or in the government, actually gives compromises the independence of the media. So what we felt was that probably if we can also create our own way, our own setup, and then have, I mean, we have had this discussion with MACRA, we have had the discussion with the Minister of Information, we have had, we also had a meeting with the media owners and media managers in Blantyre, where we also presented the same, and this was actually coming prominent, that we really need just to focus on how best we can build our act to make sure that there isn't that much control or that much influence from government. Going to the other question, the effort to cover state radio resource mobilization. I think apparently we have deliberately created an MOU with the Association of Community Radios, so that together we can work out some projects and be able to leverage funding with community radios, so that we can also empower or capacitate them in terms of resource mobilization. So all the interventions that we think can work in the media, we are sharing with other partners in the media industry to see how best we can leverage the inputs and also leverage the resources that we get from there. I mean, the Media Council is open to work with every media organization to make sure that we create a very strong project that can earn us money, and also we can create services that through these kinds of partnerships we can generate resources that are not affiliated or attached to any institution that can take advantage of our vulnerability. Coming to the issue of allowances, I think I will still go back to the point that I made, that I mean every media house should take that responsibility. The reason why journalists are running away from this industry is because it has been taken as the less paying organization industry in the country. Everyone is complaining. The media industry has got those problems, and we had a discussion with what do we call this? It's this media body, which looks at the Journalists Union of Malawi, Juma. And the problem is the same Juma is also does not have the legal powers to enforce its intentions or its objectives or its recommendations. Because what we see now is, if you look at, if you want to differentiate what people get from meetings, they get their benefits or incentives depending on the grades of employment that they are in. Sometimes it is our own choice to say, well, okay, if at my grade probably I would only, the organization organizing an event would only provide accommodation and meals on full board basis, because they want to give me a better or a kind of a classic kind of accommodation, something like that, where they cannot, the organizational policy does not provide for cash payments for those kinds of accommodations. So they can accommodate me here at this hotel. They will be paying 200,000 per room. If I insist I want to get the money, they will tell me then you are going to put you at the lowest grade where you are going to get 45,000 waja per day. And with that 45,000 waja per day, you cannot sleep at this hotel. It means you have to go look for accommodation elsewhere. You see, so it goes by grades. Unfortunately, in the media industry, very few organizations have actually categorized their staff in those particular grades. So it's only probably you can be a reporter with your probably your bachelor's degree, and you are working together with another reporter who's got a certificate in journalism, another reporter with a diploma in journalism. All of you will be treated as one. You go to another organization, depending on the qualifications that you'll be working, you'll hold a similar position, but at different grades. So even when you are going elsewhere to attend events or to work somewhere, you are treated as that. Tikamapita functions mwina, we are asked to go with drivers. Tikamapita functions mwina, they tell us, no, we are not providing for drivers. It's because it's their policy, that's what they are providing. And we cannot argue against them. But as long as they have provided transport for us, they have provided accommodation, they have provided meals, we shouldn't penalize the organizers of events just because our organizations are failing to provide those particular things. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Tatokoza kwambiri Moses Kaufata wambere manjete. Atenga nthawi yaitali koma afotokoza zabwino ndithu. Okay, fine. Ndiye malingana ndi nthawi panopa tipumule pang'ono tipite ku tea break, kuti tikabwera tipitirira ndi program yathu akubwera ndi akunamisa Obrey Chigungwa kuti atipatsenso presentation ina. Nde ndikanakonda papa nthawi ndi 20 minutes to 11 titachita mwa msanga kuti 11 o'clock tibwerere kuti kangotenga cup of tea ndi chakudya chathu kuti tibwerere tipitirire ndi program yathu kuti timalize nthawi yabwino. Ena afuna azibwerera achokera kutali ku Mzuzu, ena ku Nsanje ndi madero siyana-siyana. Nde tikachita mwa msanga timalizanso mwa msanga. Pamene tupita ku Kamwati ndipemphe ma representative ama radio stations awa: Litala FM, Sky Radio, Voice of Hope, Wazilinda FM, XM Radio, Mobi School FM, Malawi Community Radio, Likoma Radio, Kokoliko FM, Jojo FM, Farm Radio, Igo FM, komanso Crecom kuti akumane ndi Alinafe Nsini. Alinafe Nsini taimika nkono pamene wakhalapo. Alinafe Nsini ndi ameneyo palizoti mukambirane. Otherwise, let's have a break and we should be back at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA, would like to inform its stakeholders that this year's Broadcasters Annual General Conference will be held in Lilongwe at the Bingu International Convention Center, BICC, from the 18th to the 19th of December 2023. This year's conference is being held under the theme, Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Through Digital Technologies. For more information, contact info@macra.mw or call the toll-free number 261. Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA, communication services for a digitally transformed nation. The Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA, would like to inform its stakeholders that this year's Broadcasters Annual General Conference will be held in Lilongwe at the Bingu International Convention Center, BICC, from the 18th to the 19th of December 2023. This year's conference is being held under the theme, Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Through Digital Technologies. For more information, contact info@macra.mw or call the toll-free number 261. Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA, communication services for a digitally transformed nation. The Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA, would like to inform its stakeholders that this year's Broadcasters Annual General Conference will be held in Lilongwe at the Bingu International Convention Center, BICC, from the 18th to the 19th of December 2023. This year's conference is being held under the theme, Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Through Digital Technologies. For more information, contact info@macra.mw or call the toll-free number 261. Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA, communication services for a digitally transformed nation. The Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA, would like to inform its stakeholders that this year's Broadcasters Annual General Conference will be held in Lilongwe at the Bingu International Convention Center, BICC, from the 18th to the 19th of December 2023. This year is being held under the theme, Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Through Digital Technologies. For more information, contact info@macra.mw or call the toll-free number 261. Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA, communication services for a digitally transformed nation.
I'm living, I wanna get there on time. In the beauty of the hills and the mountains, I see the work of His Majesty. 120, I am cruising back to 80. Potholes in the road, and they're playing my music on the radio. I turn it up. Dee da da dee da, da da dee dee da, dee da da dee da, dee da da dee da da dee da da. There are birds in the background, play me a little music. Pa 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 pi-I-O. I'm a traveling man, and I'm coming to my city, Lilongwe. I'm a few hours away, Lilongwe. I'm coming home to stay, Lilongwe. I'm a few hours away, Lilongwe. I'm coming home to stay. Just give me a little time, only a little time, and I will be there. Only the way. Sounds from Malawi. ndiwanyonga ndiye uti osakumana ndi mikwingwirima njira yomwe onse amoyo ayesedwa kulimba mtima zochititsa mantha ena zilimbitsa mtima ena tifanana ndi kusiyana muzotipangitsa kulira timalira mu mtima mong'ung'udza ndi modandaula ululu ukasefukira timalira nsomwa nkuwe kulira kulibe mulingo champweteka ndiye ayamba sikuona nkobe kulira mai maso ndiye mboni tonse timalira zikawawa tikakumudwa zikalemera zikachuluka mutu ukakula usalewa nkonya mayo timalira zikawawa tikakumudwa zikalemera zikachuluka mutu ukakula usalewa nkonya mayo timalira mumtima timalira mongakana ndi misonzi nayo imakala ikulakatika timalira mumtima ayo ayo
Saizi ndimaliza ndikakumbuka ndizowawa zimene ndazona ne moyo ndicho chube basi
mtima ulinayo misonzi yosaoneka yongotera mkati ndi misonzi yosapuputika amayo waitsambalanga wala mudzu wagwerera mumpepo kukongola kwako kosiriritsa kulikunja ulira nkati waitsambalanga lira mumpepo asazindikire dziko likonda olimba mtima mwananga tonse timalira zikawawa zikakumudwa zikalemera zikachuluka mutu ukakula usalewa nkonya mayo timalira zikawawa zikakumudwa zikalemera zikachuluka mutu ukakula usalewa nkonya mayo timalira mumtima timalira mongakana ndi misonzi nayo imakala ikulakatika timalira mumtima ayo ayo Sometimes I wish that things would still remain the same. Live happy and free like the birds in the skies. Come home to the love of grandma and the lovely food. Oh, how I miss the beauty of the fire in the night, and the different stories that she told from the heart. In the evenings we would gather by the fireplace and listen to her. Every day I would light the fire and tell Ananyoni Uti musana goni Undi uzentano Musana.
All right, thank you. Welcome back to our last session of our conference. So we are continuing with our program. koma ndisanayiwale onse ma directors ama community radios akuti mukumane mukumane around 1 o'clock momuno pali zoti mukambirane ma directors onse kapena ma representative ama community radio station. Pali form imene izipangida secretary matebo mmene muli kuti mupange fill kenako aitenganso a secretariat akufuna apeze information ina kuchokera kwa inu. Pakali pano tupitira ndi program yathu kummawa kuno ndipemphe Obre Chikungwa kuchokera ku MISA Malawi is going to present to us on the broadcasting in Malawi, the need for broadcasting regulations within international instruments. Over to you, Obre. Thank you.
So just to thank Makra for the opportunity for us to be here. I think it's an opportunity for us to raise and participate with debate in many ways affect the broadcasters panopa. And my presentation will, in a way, touch on some of the things that were raised yesterday. Maka, the passionate plea by the DG, the Makra DG. The passionate plea by the Makra DG, where we need to be innovative if we don't want to end up like Nokia. You remember that one? Because I was touched, I was moved. If we are not innovative. And then there was a presentation by my brother from Zodiac. Yeah, the refarming. So I'll also, in a way, briefly touch on that. All right? But maybe before I do that, just to set the context, I'm not sure if it's not beaming yet. Can you project the presentation? Okay, good. I'm not sure if that is clear, but my brother is Kaufa here. He was presenting. Or he's out. Please, if you don't mind, just read the context for me. If you can see from there. Yeah, if possible. Always go for eyes. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Please, go ahead.
There have been significant gains in media freedom in Africa since the adoption of the Windhoek Declaration on promoting an independent and pluralistic African press. However, the declaration focuses primarily on the promotion of the print media and silent on issues such as broadcasting liberalization and the globalization of the telecommunications industry. These issues have far-reaching social and economic implications for media freedom and threaten to jeopardize the production of media that reflects Africa's rich cultural diversity. A group of African media practitioners sought to address these concerns at a UNESCO conference called to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the original Windhoek Declaration. The result was the African Charter on Broadcasting, which serves as a modern blueprint for policies and laws determining the future of broadcasting and information technology in Africa.
No, thanks, Brother Kaufa. So, that's the context, your presentation, Yang. And by the way, that's from the preamble of the Charter. So I'm trying to ask Fonsoguna Gudi, when we look at our framework, is it in line with the Charter? And does it promote my interests aren't, right? Is it in line with the charter? And does it promote the interests of the people? Because according to the charter, even when you talk about the spectrum and what have you, yes, it's a resource that has limitations and what have you, but whose resource is it? So we also try to respond to questions like that. So number one, I'm asking, is our broadcasting regulatory framework aligned to the charter and other international instruments and standards and public service ethos? And in trying to answer that question, I'll look at one, the role of broadcasting in a developing country like Malawi. Number two, some of the challenges that broadcasters face in Malawi. Siringamalize ose, it's just some of them, right? And the good thing is, this is a conference for broadcasters, so my challenges in a minute na chule can actually be raised by Ainage. Number three, we'll look at some of the key local and international frameworks. Why local? Because sometimes we tend to argue, why should we be regulated or governed or align ourselves with my instruments so good were not developed by us and don't really speak or reflect to our needs on the ground. So that's why we also need to look at what is it that the local context says in terms of our constitution. And then we look at the broadcasting regulation scenario in Malawi, mostly the Communications Act. Some recommendations, and then a conclusion. So number one, I think we all agree, when we talk about radio, it remains the only true form of communication. You go to areas like Usiska and Talire, far remote countries. Even for a newspaper, it gets to them maybe 2 or 3 weeks later. Still news. The only platform that they have is radio. And you have other areas, even radio, mainstream, national broadcasters. So their only source of information is the radio that exists in their area, in their community. Right? And I think we cannot dispute that fact. Number two, it remains the most potent, effective form of communication. When you talk about language barriers and what have you, radio breaks all that and is able to reach even to kids as long as they understand the language. And that is radio. It's also readily available. We talk about the internet, yes, Panopa, even when driving, you find yourself touching the phone. When someone is presenting, you find yourself touching the phone and what have you. You want to keep with the time. But that doesn't happen across the board. We have other areas in Malawi they don't do that because they don't have access to what we have in areas like Lilongwe and what have you. So what do they have? Radio. When you talk about emergency communication, yes, we can mobilize the elite in urban centers to go and help. But what about reaching out to the people that are in those far-out remote areas for them to know where about Itawe, and what have you? Radio. You look at Cyclone. You look at almost any African floods, Chikwawa, and what have you. What do they rely on? Radio. So we cannot really emphasize the point. We need radio to be able to communicate with our brothers and sisters in the rural areas, to be able to communicate or bridge the gap between us in the urban centers and our colleagues in the rural areas. And I think when you talk about freedom of expression, it's radio. Apart from their own traditional indigenous ways, means of communication, radio plays a key role in that area. So, moving on to point 2 that I wanted to focus on, my challenges. And as said earlier on, Munomo, this is a conference for broadcasters. So you're better placed to actually know and share some of the key challenges that you face. These are just some of them, selected few. License fees, number one. During the DG's presentation yesterday, he had said, well, you never know, by next year, this time next year, my license. Mwinaso half. Figure jesingorani. In 2022, I think we had 8. But of course, Capital Radio reapplied and they were given the license. When we get to next year, I don't know. When we get to 2025, I also don't know. But at the end of this presentation, maybe we can start really looking at some of the key questions that we need to look at, interrogate, and see what is it that we really need to do together to address some of these challenges. If you look at the license fees, I have a slide on that. Komapanopa, with the recent devaluation, who will suffer? I mean, we're all here. Who is going to suffer? It's the broadcasters, no? Or maybe tell us, you were able to make profits paid to the current devaluation. Is that what happened? Could it maybe when we were doing business before the devaluation, you'll be able to, you know, just go back to your stations, take from some bank somewhere within your station that you keep probably within the station, and then you're going to pay. I don't think so. So the point is, the devaluation, Panopa, the person who is going to suffer, they are broadcasters. So it's transferred to the broadcasters. But I'll explain how in figures later on. And then you look at issues of duty. Even the DG yesterday talked about it, and he had said, Kuti, they're engaging the Ministry of Finance, they're engaging MRA, to look at issues of duty so that we at least address some of these things. We need to do more. Even my broadcasters, my community broadcasters, could have order equipment and what have you. I think it costs a lot. Plus the duty here, the amount is something else, right? And then you talk about issues of infrastructure sharing. Who decides the cost? Obviously, we know the infrastructure, no? And if they decide with the devaluation, we're also going to raise, you know, your contribution. Are you going to say no? Do you have a choice? Do you have a choice? Do you have a strong bargaining power to say, good, I facilitate at this bangazat? Or you just have to dig in deeper? Be innovative, as the DG said. Find more money and then pay, meet those costs. What happens? And of course, we also have internal challenges. How we manage ourselves, how we manage our finances, governance oversight. Because if you look at Macra says, no, we give you guys business, we train you, but you're still failing to deliver. You're still failing to give us, to even pay my license fees and what have you. It means they are doing something. But if they also, we have internal challenges, and we cannot run away from that fact. We recently did some kind of a capacity assessment and visited a number of community outlets. And are doing fine. Others have, you know, serious, deep challenges that they need to work on. Komano, for us to make progress, I think what I'm trying to say, Ababa is good, we need to address his own say. The internal challenges and the external challenges. Macra has a role to play externally. If we as broadcasters, we have a role to play internally. We also talk about limited programming diversity amidst pluralism. What I'm trying to say there is, we have quite a number of outlets. They own more than 5-6 radio stations. Meaning the ideological output will be more or less the what? The same. So, yeah, we can celebrate on the numbers. But should we celebrate on the output? The perspectives, the ideology, the content that they produce. That is also related to using the same staff members. Apart from the ownership structure, the same journalists who produce content for the TV, who produce the same content for radio, who produce content for newspapers and whatever. The same people. Again, the same ideological what? Output. Does that make sense? I'm not sure if it makes sense. So if everything else comes through me, they could obviously reflect how I think, how I look at things, despite the plurality that we think we have. I hope that makes sense. We also talk about editorial controls, for other reasons. I remember my brother Kaufa was mentioning certain companies that probably have or co-determine the content that we have. So there are a number of factors, internally, externally, that might also affect the content Imeti Maibanga produce. So we also need to look at that as a challenge. I'll now move on to the third part of my presentation, which is to look at the local and international instruments and standards on broadcasting. And remember, I had said that we'll first look at what does our local instruments say. So we start with our constitution. And when we look at our constitution, it's considered the supreme law of the land, right? I'll expand on that later on. Then we talk about the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. We talk about the Windhoek Declaration. For those that probably don't know the Windhoek Declaration, it's a seminal document that actually gave birth or led to us celebrating World Press Freedom Day at all. So globally, it's something that we initiated as Africans, and the world adopted it and celebrate mpaka nalero. So that's the Windhoek Declaration, the 1991 Windhoek Declaration. And the good thing is, we also have seasoned people locally who were part of that conference. I will not mention the names, but at least it's a good thing. So the Windhoek Declaration. Then we have the Declaration on Principles of Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa. We have the African Charter on Broadcasting. We have the African Platform on Access to Information. We have the African Commission on Human and People's Rights Model Law on Access to Information. And the good thing is, when we were developing the Malawi ATI law, we also tried to align it to the AU model law on access to information. So it's a good thing. And we have the African Declaration on Internet Rights and Freedoms, and the African Charter on Democracy and Elections. I will not go into detail to look at what each one of those key instruments say, just some cross-cutting issues. And we'll start with our constitution, right? And the first thing that we see in all those instruments is actually an acknowledgement that freedom of expression includes the right to communicate and access to means of communication. Meaning, you can use whatever platform you want to communicate. Radio, our gadgets, the spaces that the DG talked about yesterday, the community stations in our villages, the night crier, if you want, in a village that does not have any communication, a radio and the like. And again, if you look at our constitution now, section 35, 36, and 37. Section 35 is on freedom of expression. Section 36 is on media freedom. Section 37 is on access to information. These three rights are related, they are linked, they support each other, right? And in fact, you cannot express yourself if you do not have access to information. And I know there's always a confusion. We tend to argue that access to information is about Atolankani. But if you read section 36, Payok, it actually says that Atolankani have a right to access what? Information. Meaning that Atolankani, in a way, although we benefit from access to information in section 37, but we can do without it because we are covered under section 36. I did not spell out those sections above, but they are related. And I'm saying we need to seriously consider these rights when we regulate the media. And in addition to those sections, I think we can also look at Section 5 of the Constitution on supremacy of the Constitution, and talks about the invalidity of laws that are inconsistent with the Constitution. And we can also talk about Section 44 of the Constitution that talks about or provides a framework when you want to limit rights. So those are all very important sections that we need to know and consider when we regulate the media. Then we move on to the African Charter on Broadcasting. I think the most important point for me, when you look at the African Charter on Broadcasting, those points are there, is the fact that when you look at the broadcasting spectrum, what we need to know is, Goody, it belongs to the people. It's a public space that should be regulated in the interest of the people, no? No, I read somewhere, I remember there was a presentation at some point that said, Goody, the spectrum belongs to government, and government has a right to shut it. I remember there was a presentation, not here, not yesterday and stuff. And my point is, it belongs to the people. And government manages it through MACRA on behalf of the people, and that it has to be done in the interest of the people. I think that's the most important thing that we need to know. So we should not overtask the people to enjoy their own resource. That's a point that we need to always remember. Manage it on behalf of the people, manage it to serve the interest of the people, and manage it in such a way that the people enjoy other rights through the spectrum. I will not go through each and every point that I've highlighted there. We'll also circulate the presentation, but I thought I should really emphasize on that. And point number 2 that I also need to emphasize on is that government should make or take deliberate steps to consider broadcasting as or give it special status. I know, now talking in broad media terms, the media is probably the only business. I remember my brother Kaofa said, when you start Zama Medias, we should always remember, Kudugam's a business, eh? But it's a special business, and probably one of the few businesses recognized in the Constitution. In section, for example, 36, it says the media shall be provided the fullest access and support to operate within Malawi and abroad. Tell me, which other business is given that status in our Constitution? Do we have any other business that's given that status, special status, in our laws? And not just any other ordinary law, but the supreme law of the land. I don't know. Right? It's given special status in the Constitution, and we're saying subsidiary legislations, other legislations that support and expand the provisions of the Constitution should promote the principles of the Constitution, including the Bill of Rights, especially, as said earlier on, sections 35, 36, 37, and the other important provisions. Of course, the other things are promoting local content and what have you. I think that was also clearly explained yesterday. But the last point on the cross-cutting issues that I wanted to raise is good states, meaning governments, should promote an economic environment that facilitates the development of independent production and diversity in broadcasting. So diversity here, if you look at the African Charter on Broadcasting, talks about public service broadcasting, it talks about commercial broadcasting, and it talks about community broadcasting. And if we look at our Communications Act, I think it does well. It's a good legislation, very progressive, because it provides for a 3-tier system of broadcasting, which is good. But
the charter also says, Kuri, there should be at least deliberate steps by states, governments, to support, make sure there's the economic environment supports, the existence and sustainability of the broadcasters, which will lead us to the next question. I'll talk about it later on. But now let's zero in, narrow down to our regulatory framework. So in terms of broadcasting services in Malawi, it's based on the Communications Act, the 2016 Communications Act. And in terms of my broadcasters in Garife, we also know that for us to operate, we need to be licensed, right? We need to be licensed by MACRA. MACRA was also established by the Communications Act. And we know that MACRA, the Ministry of Information, and as per Kalima regulations, to expand and provide guidance to certain broad provisions, provided by the legislation. And it's also important to know when you look at the Communications Act of 2016, this is a very progressive legislation. But padakali tima gaps that we need to look at, to ensure that we sustain our sector. I'll just briefly talk about my license fees, for example. I'm not sure if we can see the fees at that end. Are they? Can we see them? They're not. We can't see them. Yes. Sorry. I'm sorry. But so, for example, we have national TV in terms of my categories. I'm a license holders. We have like national TV, national radio, public national radio, and public national TV. We also have like regional radio and community radio. Now, roughly, for example, for national TV, the current license fee is $5,000. Right? Now, $5,000, if we go back to a year and a half ago, or 2 years ago, you translate the $5,000, not roughly, to Gambaza 5 million. Right? If we go back to 2016, Tikamba is 5 million. Tugamba Zabwa. 3 million. No? But now, as we speak today, that amount has moved to 8.5 million. And if you had arrears kumakra, sikuti mupereka arrears based on ikwacha rate yakale ijayai. I'm told you to be pegged to the current rate yajani yakwacha. Are we supporting the sector legally? We're saying 5 years ago, 5,000 Jomweo was probably maybe 2.5 million or 3 million. 2 years ago or 1.5 years ago, yakwera to 5 million. Lelolo is 8.5 million. That's Kandamotenga Kakatigorega Mos. Pamakalaso initial female malibira, which is also $5,000. Tingo sintano to a regional broadcaster. Zilipo zingabo zimenda igabo. Tingo sintano, or let's talk about national radio. Again, it's $5,000. The same principle applies. We go back, we see how much the $5,000 was then, 3, 4, 5 years ago. Fast forward to Lero, again it's 8.5 million. Now, with the business models, many Timabanga as broadcasters, fighting for the same advertisers and what have you, are we going to afford the 8.5 million? National broadcasters. Zodiac. Malibira 5 million. Kamboyo. Lerolo, ngadumene ngongole mulibira 8.5. But whatever the case, fee megbera, it will be 8.5 million. Mulimba. I agree with the DJ on that point. By next year, you never know. The broadcasters, the number of the broadcasters, Zitanibe, Zisiga. And then I come to the point of my brother Solomon when he was talking about the refarming. And they said we have freed up the FM band. And Panopa from 90 to 200 plus what? Broadcasters, no? But what about the external environment? the legal framework, are they going to survive the 200 broadcasters that we want to have by next year maybe? Will they survive? Will they be able to pay these amounts that we're talking about? So, as we broaden, clean up the space to create opportunities for new entrants, I think we should also look at how we can make the environment more conducive and supportive of the environment. We cannot really innovate in an environment that is restrictive. You can innovate and grow and survive in an environment that is also supportive. I hope I'm making sense. So recommendations. The framework should be driven by public service principles. And by public service principles here, I'm talking about what is provided for in the Constitution. The right to information, the right to free expression, the right for the Communications Act to be based on principles provided by the Constitution, and other international instruments and standards. In this case, for example, the African Charter on Broadcasting. And to recognize that the spectrum is a limited resource, yes, but that it belongs to the people, and that we need to manage it on behalf of the people and in a way that serves the people. How many of us have been to Ntarire? It's completely cut out. Nyika, beyond Nyika, kuchitipa huko. There was a station there. Of course, I mean, they had their internal challenges and what have you, it was closed. Usiska, I see my brother there, who's probably part of the refarming group, you know, from Usiska there. I've been there, another cut out area. I don't know, I mean, you were part of the refarming exercise. Did you in any way also try to promote the interests of your buddies in Usiska that they should also have access, you know, to information? Especially when you look at the fact that radio in that area is their only hope, you know, to be able to participate from an informed point of view in whatever debates and discussions that we have. So number one, we're saying the regulatory framework should be a framework that serves the people. And one example of doing that is mwina mwake mafiza metu mwapereka watengo asiyamo kwacha. Asakale $, shoti zingovutikabe. I know there's a process to review the Communications Act. It's probably advanced, and maybe some of these things have been taken on board. And this is also the right platform maybe to get an update from MACRA. Good, this is where we are, and way forward yet modere. Because as broadcasters, I think you need to know. Maka ndi mafiziwa amene tukwachula pano with the devaluation. Tivutika. And if we don't speak out and be heard, and for our points to actually be taken on board, yes, we'll die like Nokia. Consider duty waiver, you know, on essential equipment for broadcasters, you know, an enabling policy on content creation, you know, and MACRA should also have a strong say on infrastructure sharing. Tisangwasira, I mean, my equipment is or to take advantage of the broadcasters. I think MACRA should come in, and if possible, maybe, you know, when we revise the Communications Act, the regulations and what have you, maybe let's have provisions that empower MACRA to say, are you taking advantage of these people? Your infrastructure sharing costs, they are prohibitive. I think MACRA can do that. Maybe we need to look at that as an opportunity. Innovation and flexibility. Yes, the DG is right. We need to innovate. If we don't innovate, tivutika. But an additional point is let's innovate in a supportive environment. You know, an environment that supports creativity, an environment that provides the required space for us to apply my ideas that help our sector to grow. Capacity building is something that I think in conclusion, what am I saying? It's important to operate within the law. And that is exactly what MACRA is doing. MACRA is operating within the provisions of the Communications Act. But not every law is a good law. For example, I'll give you an example. In South Africa, apartheid was legal, no? It was legal, it was provided by law. But the question is, was it a good law? Was it a law that was supportive and helped people? I think that's a question for another day. So laws should promote and serve the public interest. We can operate within the law, but maybe we need to take a step back, reflect, and see whether that law is actually helping Antu Kabenai. The question is our Communications Act and subsidiary regulations and what have you in line with the African Charter on Broadcasting, human rights ethos, and principles as provided for in our Constitution? For me, I said earlier on, MACRA was established by the Communications Act and only implements the provisions of the Communications Act, and there's nothing wrong that they're doing, because they're making sure that we follow the law. But does the Communications Act serve a greater good? The public interest, the vulnerable communities that are served by broadcasters in places like Osiska and Harire and any other areas that we can think of, in remote parts of Malawi, where internet is next to zero, and access to papers can actually be, maybe access it a month later on. I'll stop there and invite or take questions. Thank you.
Some questions. Okay, thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Aubrey. So, as you have heard from him, you might have some comments or questions before we invite the next speaker, Mr. Bodun Chinyamaka, who is going to speak to us through online. So let's do a quick one. If you have questions or some comments to make based on the presentation that Aubrey did. It's all understood, yeah? Thank you. Oh, the microphone, please.
Thank you, Aubrey, for that elaborate presentation. Aubrey has spoken, I think, on behalf of broadcasters who have been complaining about what they call exorbitant license fees. I just want to find out, maybe this one is going to MACRA. Who came up with this amount? How did it come about? Did it come about after consultation with the broadcasters who were there around that time? Can it be reviewed? Or is it being reviewed now when the Communications Act is being reviewed? Thank you.
Closely related to the same question, I would wish to draw your attention to two things. That a review could be done on the figure, like $5,000 to $4,000 or $8,000, or a review of the law could be done to instill our sense of sovereignty, that we've got our own currency and we are charged in Malawi Kwacha. So the opportunity to undo the current deplorable position is to use the current law review that is going on to change our mind, to say, are we charging in a foreign currency, or we are proud of our currency and charging Malawi Kwacha? In the last meeting, we observed that there are international clients and then there are local clients. Maybe for the international ones, they could be charged in dollars. But for the local ones, please, we plead that the current law review should look into this and change the bidding currency. Thank you very much.
All right, may we have the hand behind? Yes, we have two, then you pick it up too.
Okay, thanks, Aubrey, for the wonderful presentation. I agree with most of the recommendations that you've made. Just to add or to re-emphasize the issue of license fees. So what I've noted is that at least in SADC, it is only Malawi that is charging in US dollars for license fees. When you come home to Malawi, it is only MACRA that charges. Now, this is with respect to government entities. It is only MACRA that charges its stakeholders in US dollars. I think that speaks volumes in terms of the focus that MACRA has when it comes to regulating the sectors. We have been complaining that the license fees are a deterrent to the progression of the communications sector. It seems no much attention is being paid to it. The response that we always get is we were exempted from the Reserve Bank rules way back in 2004. But we have been complaining, and we keep on complaining. Can you guys reconsider your position? These license fees are killing the same industry that you are supposed to promote. As a regulator, you are supposed to come up with an enabling environment for the flourishing of the sector. These license fees are actually running counter to that which you exist for. The other thing that I wanted to comment on in relation to the same is government taxes. So just to keep you guys up to speed, the Media Committee of Parliament already noted way back in 2018 that there are multiple taxes that are acting as a deterrent to access by the public to especially the television services. So they did make a recommendation way back in 2018 that some of the duties for the decoders should be removed. But they noted that for one to access TV services in Malawi, or actually globally, nowadays with the digital migration, it's a mandate. It's a mandatory requirement that everyone should have a set-top box or a decoder. Otherwise, you'll not be able to access the service. So when we did compute taxes on the decoder, lo and behold, 85% of the cost of a decoder are taxes. Now, that on its own automatically keeps some of the targeted audience for our services out of the access that they are supposed to have. So the Media Committee recommended to the government to remove some of the duties and taxes from the decoders way back in 2018. And every year, when the government is conducting stakeholder consultations for the budget, this issue comes up. It's not entertained at all. So I don't know where the government wants the communication sector to be, when it is so clear that it is the same government that is actually coming up or has policies that have already been noted that they are running counter to the same policies that the government wants to achieve to increase access to television services. The same thing applies to now the subscription service providers. About 30% of their cost are government taxes. There was also a recommendation way back in 2018 that some of those should be removed. We are now in 2023, going to 2024. 6 years down the line, there is no movement. And by the way, when it comes to taxes for the communication sector, in SADC, Malawi is the highest in terms of tax burden. Ironically, Malawi has the least penetration in terms of access to broadcasting services. So you can see that there is a correlation there. The higher the taxes, the higher the license fees, the lower the penetration rate. We can do better as a country to reconsider or review the financial burden that we are putting onto the sector and the population in the country, so that we can at least increase the access rate. Otherwise, we'll be singing this song forever. Thank you.
All right. I'm sure Aubrey can tackle those questions.
Yeah, thank you. So it's just three speakers. And the first question I think was directed at MACRA, who came up with the fees to be paid in dollars, and my broadcasters. Were they part of that decision? And it was our own decision. You know, so it's a question to MACRA. So I'll not respond to that. And the second one again was just like an input, not a question. So I'll also not comment on it. We should take advantage of the current review and maybe make sure our concerns are addressed. Essentially, I think that's what you're saying. And the third speaker is saying the taxes, they're high. In our region, we are the highest. We're trying to kill the sector instead of coming up with an environment that is supportive of the sector. So I think I cannot emphasize and repeat Chicho Seshmenowanina, but in a way, he's just adding to what I was saying, right? And maybe MACRA to respond to the first question. Mine is a plea. Kutantwali ningongole za mboyo siwa. Mwina mwake ngati zingateke. Sangalipire pa rate ya dollar yakale ya nthawi imene yoyo instead of them paying pa rate ya nyuwani. Just a small plea. Maybe give them an opportunity.
Thank you for your presentation. There are some issues that can be responded to now, but as you know, when you say MACRA, it's not management. MACRA is a board, so there are some issues that are also hinging on policy. I know that the presentation has looked at the Communications Act, but the Communications Act was not produced by MACRA. It was endorsed by Parliament, and MACRA is just an implementer of the law. If there are some issues regarding Communications Act, we thank you that you're an advocate in so many areas. Right now, as it is going under review, then let's quote all the sectors involved in this. Otherwise, MACRA is an implementer. When you look at why we charge in dollars, I know your views have been echoed by Madi Choice, Malawi. It's indeed true that we charge in dollars. And you've indeed put it rightly when you say it since 2004, when Reserve Bank allowed MACRA to be charging in dollars. This avoids that on annual basis, when you do an assessment or a market assessment, we should not review the rates annually. But the issue was already presented to this forum last year, and it's something that is being reviewed by MACRA board, because there's a consultant who has been engaged and is looking at all the sectors to see if everything reflects the environment. And this will be, we are going to report back to all the licensees regarding if the current rates are really a reflection of the businesses that we are conducting. So that one we can't say concretely whether the $5,000 or the $1,500 or the $100 that the communities pay annually are a true reflection of your business. But since the study is being conducted at the moment, the consultant is in the country, there will come a time when they will need to report to you as stakeholders so that they should make comments, and then we'll move forward like that. So for now, I think on charging in dollars, on reflection, whether this is a true reflection, I think we need to wait on that until the consultation exercise comes back to us. Review of the law, whether the law is conducive. I think the example, thank you for your example on apartheid. I I happened to live in the apartheid era in South Africa for over 10 years. And the majority of the people in South Africa were never involved in any way. So the white supremacy rule only looked at the white people, and all the laws were being done by the white people, but the blacks were never involved. So I think it's not a good comparison when we come to Malawi. We know the law, Communications Act was done in 1998, and it came into force in 2000. And then there was the first review in 2016, and it's being reviewed again. So the review process will always continue. So, but the apartheid law cannot be compared to the Communications Act. So I think you may have found a better one. Let's go back to Parliament. The policy implementer is MACRA, but the policy directive comes from Minister of Information. So I think let's go back there and pinpoint all the areas, and MACRA will get everything and implement again. So I think it's a process. We can't, when we attack the Communications Act, it's good because we are an advocate of peace, trying to bring liberty to everyone. But I think let's go back to the process, how it was initiated. I don't know if my colleagues have others to add.
Yeah, I would like to answer on who came up with the fee structure. You might recall that in 2016, when we were reviewing the Communications Act, there was also a project called the CLF, Converged Licensing Framework. I think Mr. Chibwana can attest to that. And during that project, there was a consultant who was consulting on the categories of licenses, and he also came up with a fee structure. And all broadcasters, I remember, were consulted. Let's say for public broadcaster, how much should we charge? I will not talk about the charging in dollars because it has already been tackled by my director here. But the fee structure, because the question was who came up with that fee structure. The fee structure, we extensively consulted broadcasters on the fee structure. How much should we charge a community radio station? How much should we charge a public radio station? How much should we charge a private radio station? And every broadcaster was consulted there. I think that was in 2016. And just as Mr. Mankamba said, the consultant is here again. The CLF consultant, the Converged Licensing Framework consultant is here again. So you also do extensive consultations with you broadcasters. So all the complaints that you are complaining here, you can submit to him that we don't want, let's say, a community radio station to be charged, let's say $1,000 is too much. We would want in Kwacha, let's say 100,000 or maybe 50,000. All your complaints will be taken on board. So as regards to who came up with that fee structure, it was the broadcasters themselves who came up with that fee structure. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, so I think as broadcasters in Terminal Nafeso, we are partly to blame it. Mwina exchange rate, I don't know what in 2016 to the dollar exchange rate in Alimotani, and maybe in our thinking then, when we look at the exchange rate, timaona ngati kuti there's a hand kumbuyo wet. Timaona ngati kuti ya amount imene iti pangachani tikwanisa. Forgetting kuti 6 years from now, mwina kwacha isikhalabe ikupanga trade chonchi kuti tingakwanise. So let's seriously look at the fee issue and try to resolve it. I think it's an opportunity. The Communications Act is being reviewed. Maybe it's high time we really look back and say, no, this isn't here. In terms of, or maybe again, just to thank Mark for the opportunity to be here. I think it's an opportunity for Ifeong at my broadcasters. It's an opportunity for Ifeong at Misa. Could at least my views should also be heard. So I think it's not enough just for us to be here and discuss these things. I think what is important is what we do after the conference in Oyo. Could after Banobas made a Grisana Kunoko, what next? And are we going to really maybe try and implement some of the things that, we've discussed, we've raised, and what have you? And lastly, no. Communications Act cannot be compared to apartheid. The issue is the law. It was legal. So Ababaso Makra is just following the law. The question is it a good law? Was that one, that side a good law? That's the question. Thank you very much.
Maybe just to to comment on what Keton has said in terms of license fees. Yes, he's right. There was consultation in 2016 for the review of the Communications Act and also the schedule there too. But in terms of the license fees, to be fair to Makra, these fees have been there since, I think, time immemorial, 2004 thereabouts. These have always been the fees. They have never raised them. And in 2016, what happened is that they were just consolidated into the schedule, because there wasn't any schedule in existence then. It was just on a case-by-case basis in terms of putting these fees into the licenses. They have never been raised, to be fair to Makra. But the issue is because they are based in dollars, there is an automatic adjustment whenever there is a dollar movement. That is something that the broadcasters are asking the regulator to reconsider. I just wanted to make that point clear. Thank you.
Thank you. We still have some questions? Okay.
I think what I wanted to say is what Mr. Jibwan has already said, because I wanted to confirm that there was consultation, and I remember the place was Victoria Hotel in Blantyre. Possibly the other thing that I wanted to add is that's where now there was a difference of pricing between community of interest and the national broadcasters, like the others were charged 2,000 because people had to say what they do, why they cannot afford to pay 5,000, and the others were given 2,000 and 2,500. So yes, I also confirm what Mr. Jibwana is saying. There was a consultation.
Wait, there is a hand of us there. Okay, after him, then.
Okay. Okwena kweni sine kupanga focus apopo kumano nkhani ya mafi ndi nkhani yoti chilipo kale ndi apapo we are just fighting for kutsogoloko tikudziwa kuti sichingakonzedwe pakali pano ngati mene mafotokozera apo ndi kanthawi ndithu kamene kangachitike. Komabe ndipemphe kwa zisamafike mpaka na apa kuti tizibula nyumba muno. Misa Malawi Media Council, they need to vote for us. If there is disease, tukunena kuti azite menyera nkhondo chifukwa chani. Ndamene angabwere kuligoma ndukadziwa mafuta amene amakomana nawo ali koma community radio in terms of finances. Kodi ali koma community radio amalowetsa ndalama zingati, kodi ndalama zawo madivate amabwera mnjira yanji. Chifukwa fee imene ikubwera ija ya license nkutheka kuti collection ya pa station ipo ndi fee ya license ija ndi kutalitali zikusiyana kwambiri. Nchifukwa chake pampezeka ma radio ena onena kuti akutani akutsekedwa chifukwa nkhani yakalowetsedwa ka ndalama kamakhala kovuta kwambiri. Komano amadzinyonga ena mpakana ni muja amapezeka onena kuti mwina akupanga pattern ndi anthandale aja sikuti mwina kumakhala kufuna komano protecting wireless itsekedwe wina wandala akubwera ayi nene makuti ndipanga makuti sikuti kumakhala kufuna koma amakhala mavuto. So Media Council Misa Malawi tithandizireni kumakafika nkumakaona kuhusisha kukalongako nkumakaona kunena kuti maladio amene kodi ma community radios akulowesa ndalama zingati, kodi nanga ndi fee ikubwera ku Makra ijai kodi zikugwirana mukapanga choncho ife sitizabula muno ayi ndithu chifukwa inuyo mudzapanga raise kuti anawo amene mukuwauza kuti apereke 200,000 awawo akupeza ndalama iyitu pa chaka. So mutithandizireko ndithu kuti muzitha kuona amene timapezera ndalama ifeyo ama community radios. Panopa tikunena kuti ma community radios kapena ma radios achuluka. The more ma radio achuluka pakhalanso competition ya nkhani ngati ya adverts. When I might opt kunena kuti advert yanga ndikapangisa ku Nkhata Bay sindipangitsa kulikoma, meaning kulikoma kuja ndikuti wachepesa sonsika zolowesa zikhala zochepa zinthu ziyazapita ndi amene mapeza chaka chino chaka chamawa zikusiyana mukawerengera ndalama zanu zopeza pachaka zikusiyana kwambiri. So tithandizireni ndithu makatolako data ya nkhani ya chuma imene kuti zitithandizirenso uko katipanga defend ku Macra. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before you ask, the DOB wanted to respond to you.
I wanted to say something on the community broadcasters. Ngati pali community broadcasters winner, I mean, if you don't get adverts more than the license fee that you make, please see us after this, because the license fees for broadcasters is $100, but the adverts that you get not from elsewhere but from Macra are more than 500,000 Malawi kwacha. I just want, if this is what I'm saying is not true, please let's just see us at the desk before this. And this year, we have said we want to take note of the development programs that you do, that you are airing. And we've agreed with NAMISA, you are going to get the winner, and even the runners-up, you are going to get an award of 2 million and a laptop. Only if we just justify what you are doing. There's a competition, and there are more competitions that are coming. But on adverts that Macra has given the broadcasters, it's more than the license fees that you are paying. I'm talking about the community, even the regional. Let's discuss this after this. Yes, the communities, and the communities, the fee came up to $1,000, but it was reduced after your consent. You're still paying the odd one from inception of $100. So I think when the communities are crying foul, I think it's not a true reflection. But if there are any issues that are there, we'll take them on board and we'll discuss further to see how we can improve the industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, DOB. Danai.
Thank you so much. My question is in regards to the annual license fees. I'm asking this in line with us, new licensees. We got our licenses around maybe 3 years ago, but due to the refinement exercise, we were not given frequencies. Till today, we haven't been able to roll out. Now, I once asked this question some time back, but I was told that let's consult first, then we'll come back. But the question was, and still is, are we still required to pay that, despite that we haven't rolled out right now? And you know, if we haven't done that, it means we ain't making any money. So for the 3 years that have elapsed since you gave us the licenses, we are now going towards our 4th year. It means we've got 3 years to go before the license expires. What do we do in such regards? Thank you.
All right, thank you. I was consulting my bosses there. I think they will come to respond to you. But suffice to say, kuti tisabange divert ucheni yati yose kuti bilewina tibange concentrate on the presentation. However, the DOB would want to answer you right now.
For those broadcasters who have not rolled out and you received invoices that you should pay your annual fees, please let's meet after this program, after the function. Yeah, thank you.
Mwina pofuna kusunga nthawi tengotero kuti ngati pakhale zina mafunso ena osiyanasiyana amene muli nawo, chifukwa chake timakhala ndi mikumano ngati imeneyi, tili ndi njira zosiyanasiyana zimene titsakulumikizana limodzi ndi kupereka nkhani zanu. Ndi mwina pofuna kuti tisunge nthawi, tiye timikire pomwepa tipitirire ndi program yathu. Right now we would want to have Mr. Bodin Chiamwaka. He will speak to us online from Blantyre. Good afternoon, Mr. Chiamwaka. Good afternoon, Mr. Chiamwaka.
Hello, good afternoon. How are you?
Yes, I'm good, and you?
Very well, thanks. Yes.
Impact of development.
I'm ready. (1986), and it was voted by the majority of countries with 8 abstentions, 1 no, and then 148, supporters. And what does it specifically say? It's like any other right, inalienable human right, by virtue of which every human person and all peoples are entitled to participate in, contribute to, and enjoy economic, social, cultural, and political development. All human rights are fundamental freedoms and can only be realized. Similarly with the right to development. The right to development, this is just a background before we go to the role of the broadcaster. The right to development also looks at the human person as the central subject of development. I know we have different connotations. Apart from different models of development, we also have different connotations of development. Some of us look at development as infrastructure, bridges, roads, and so on and so forth, modernization or modernity. Yeah, that could also be, and indeed, is development. But in terms of this right, the human person, the individual, the human being, is the center and the subject of development. And he or she is an active participant and beneficiary of the right to development. So states, including Malawi, have the right and the duty to formulate appropriate national development policies that aim at the constant improvement of the well-being of the entire population and of all individuals on the basis of active, free, and meaningful development. For example, in Malawi, we have had a number of these long-term national development policies or programs. Currently, we have Malawi 63 and MP1, which is the 10-year implementation plan. This is just an example, which means we are complying with this resolution. We've had in the past poverty alleviation and similar other programs that we've had. Now, if you look at the preamble of the RTD, you notice that it acknowledges that the realization of the right to development is a common concern of humankind. Perhaps in Malawi, we have a craving, a very strong desire to improve our well-being, to move forward, to make progress. It's one of the issues that dominates, a public debate and discussion or discourse. Even in informal discussions on social media, I think our craving, our passion, our desire is to see a difference in what we are today. Now, additionally, from 1986, a few years ago, or maybe in 23 years ago, a convention was drafted on the right to development, and it's also looked at in relation with other rights, where states parties reaffirm that all human rights, including the right to development, are universal, inalienable, interrelated, interdependent, indivisible, and equally important. We have said little about RTD, but it's just as equal, as universal, as inalienable and integrated and interdependent with others and indivisible as the other rights are. But also in this draft convention, states parties agree that the right to development is an integral part of human rights and should be realized in conformity with the full range of civil, cultural, economic, and political and social rights. We all know that there is no one right that can be prioritized. All are on equal priority. But also states parties reaffirm that all human rights, including the right to development, are universal. I've already mentioned that one. It's a repetition. We go to the now, the right to development is also enshrined in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The African Charter on Human and People's Rights includes a right to development. This right includes the right of peoples to economic, social, and cultural development with due regard to their freedom and identity and in the equal enjoyment of the common heritage of mankind. Through a decision by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights The charter is also understood to include the right to housing and the right to food as implicit in the in chapter 3, in Charter 3. So you see, we have the UN Declaration resolution. Then we also have this provision in the African Charter, and it's localized in our constitution, where we have, apologies, I'm having some challenges moving my slides, but I hope it will move shortly. My slides are not moving. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I hope it won't take long. I should be there shortly. Can I ask for a 5-minute break just to sort my my presentation? Just a moment.
Hello, Bodwin. Okay.
Yeah, just 5 minutes. My slides are not moving.
No problem, no problem.
2 minutes.
We'll give you 5 minutes. So we'll check on you again at 27 minutes past 12.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, thank you. So the minimum they told you about now being for 5 minutes. I think what we can do now. The presentation, that would be another way. Okay, yeah. Okay, since he is gone, then when he's back, I think that would be another idea. We'll communicate to him. Possibly all the presenters that have made the presentation, I'm sure they'll be able to vanish us with those presentations, and then the secretariat will do the needful to send it to you. Okay.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back already. That's beautiful.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay. Others were suggesting that is it possible either you send it to either Kelton, the presentation, or even me, or who else?
I've already sent it. I sent it in the morning, so they.
Okay, that's okay. You can proceed.
But I'm okay here now.
You can proceed.
I'm
then.
okay here now. I can continue. Yes.
Proceed, please.
All right. Thank you. So we also have the RTD, or the right to development, included in the Republican Constitution, our Republican Constitution, which is a very progressive constitution. I've had the opportunity to be in meetings across Africa where people have remarkably appreciated and recognized the progressiveness of the Malawian Constitution, for the reason that a whole Bill of Rights is included, I think in section 30 of the Constitution, 30 of the Constitution. So among the rights that are there, the right to development is also included to be enjoyed by Malawians. And so, what is the story? Wow. Now, what is the implication of inclusion of right of development in Malawi's constitution for broadcasters in Malawi? That's where now the issue is. What I was doing is to give you the background, the rationale, the justification, the reason why this is important. Broadcasters in Malawi, because this is a right for Malawians, have to facilitate enjoyment of right to development for listeners and viewers through development programs. We have a number of development programs, but for the purpose of this 30-minute presentation, we may not be able to do that. I know surveys have been made on how many programs MBC does, but also currently some of the community radios do. For your information, I think MBC covers, if you look at it keenly, more than 50% of the programs are on development. But if it can be a concerted effort where we all as broadcasters prioritize and look at this as facilitating a right for our viewers, our listeners, that would also be great. And the second implication is that there is need for resources or adequate resources and participatory development programming. We already also have a number of participatory programs on television and radio, but perhaps more can be done. Now, let me talk about the specific entitlements, which also have got implications in terms of programming by broadcasters and also by broadcasters, radio and television. If you look at RTD, it talks about the right to participate in and the right to contribute, and then to contribute to and enjoy economic, social, cultural, and political development. Of course, this entitlement completely changes the dimension and the modeling of development. But that's a discussion for another time. Sufficient to mention that development has to be participatory and will also have the implication for programming. And it has to be people-centered, where you look at, for example, we have the human development indices that the UNDP does annually. Malawi does have its specific human indices report. It focuses on the people or human beings, the human person, in terms of the changes that happen, or the social, community changes that happen. And you also use the human rights-based approach, where the way we do our development, it's what they call RBA or HRB, which is human rights-based, where you look at the demand and the supply side. The duty bearers, what are they providing, and what are the rights holders are also receiving on the other hand. And there is also equity. The declaration underlines the need for fairness of benefits of development, but also non-discrimination. The declaration permits to distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion. And self-determination, somebody talked about sovereignty, where we know we are in control of our development and we can make decisions, we can plan and implement our plans. Now, what are the specific implications for these entitlements? Programming has to be participatory. We can talk about different modes of programming. You are experts as broadcasters. And so I didn't think that this would be necessary now, but our programming has to be participatory. We have some examples from DBU, MBC's unit, development unit, but also DCT and the Farm Radio Trust. They have some very good models of the participatory approach, like the clubs that they form and the discussions that they have, the radio clubs, the listening clubs. Those are just examples, one example. But with convergence and the availability of a number of digital platforms, this can be enhanced and more can be done. And that's another very good topic to talk in terms of how broadcasters in Malawi are utilizing convergence to increase participation in programming or to engage listeners and viewers, but also to monetize content. Even development communication or programming can also be monetized because you have clients. And that's the proposition that I want to make at the end of the presentation. But also contribution. Listeners have to contribute. We may not as broadcasters be in the, not so much in the business of research, doing research, but I think moving forward as we move on, we can also tend to hear, not only through phone-in calls, but through surveys and research, to understand and to see how our listeners and viewers want to contribute. It has to be people-centered. Programming should not be the broadcasters. You know, you are not the subject, but the people are the ones who are the subject. They are the ones who are at the center, and we look at their needs, we look at their interests, and so on and so forth. There is a whole debate in terms of privatization of broadcasting, commercialization, convergence, and so on and so forth, which versus, you know, popularity of programs. Are they just popular programs? But these are programs that are centered on people. And then also I talked about the human rights-based. The program should not be segregative. With the proliferation of radios in Malawi, especially that we have community radios, audiences are so segmented. You cannot today command to say everybody listens to my radio. No, there are people flip through the frequencies to choose what they want to listen to. And so audiences are so segmented. But in the middle of this segmentation, and in the middle of trying to prepare programs that are for a particular group, there should be non-discrimination. The purpose and the reason, the justification should not be to discriminate and in terms of programming. And then the self-determination, where the development that is locally championed has to be promoted. Equity, also equal distribution of programs. We violate people's rights, the right to development, when only some have fair access to our broadcasting. Remember, I'm not talking contradictory with community broadcasting, but within even community, the possibility of inequity, but also discrimination and lack of determination. Now, what is our role with those implications? I'll skip this slide, but then go to my recommendations, which are probably also some recommendations and implications for broadcasters to say. In our editorial policies, I think we have to reflect, these are propositions, that development is not just some kind of luxury or a privilege, but an entitlement, both in the, as a UN resolution, but also enshrined in the African Charter, but also localized in our constitution. And so it's something that we are facilitating for people to enjoy their right. And that's perhaps the attitude that I would like to advance and to remind ourselves and to share with you. But also in that we have to be innovative and creative, come up with very creative and innovative programming models, which are going to include, to be inclusive. Inclusion is a key issue, but also which are going to be participatory and which are going to promote, determination. And my proposition at the end today, I feel as broadcasters, this might be subjective. I wish I had asked a question to say, what do you think? But perhaps you may agree with me that maybe we need more training in the right to development, training in terms of how we can facilitate programs. We can produce programs that can facilitate the achievement and the enjoyment of RTD. But perhaps we also need an all broadcasters and INGO conference. I'm now making these recommendations to MACRA to INGOs, international non-government organizations, and NGOs and development partners. I'm also making this to you broadcasters to say, INGOs, I've worked as a communications specialist in an INGO, but I still interact with a number of communication specialists, experts in INGOs. They spend a reasonable, significant amount of budgets on communications. Maybe it would be good if MACRA one of these days can organize, facilitate a symposium or an all broadcasters and INGO conference where we can engage to see how we can benefit from these resources, where broadcasters can benefit in their endeavor, effort to facilitate, to provide the platforms where the right to development can be enjoyed. Because just like corporate social responsibility, private organizations, corporates do have these budgets. But without engagement, sometimes you may not know where these budgets are located to or where money is spent on. They might be spent on useful things, but the right to development is also a very useful thing. And I know that broadcasters, especially community radios, continue to lament, to cry, you know, about the need for more resources. But I believe there are resources available. If possibly there is engagement, proper engagement, some space where we can share notes, discuss, and understanding between our NGOs and broadcasters can be made to ensure that some of these resources are channeled to right to development. I think these are two of the proposals that I wanted to make: training and an interface, engagement, a meaningful one, a more productive one, where allocation of resources can go to the broadcasters to ensure that the entitlement of right to development is promoted. It's been a very short presentation. I have waited for 2 hours, and so I might have not come through as expected, but I submit humbly to you all. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bodun Chiamwaga. We are really very sorry for keeping you waiting for us. It wasn't our plan, as we said, but thanks for understanding and being there for us. So would ask if any of us, quick one, would have a comment or any question, the burning one, so that we move with time. If you have a question, you raise up your hand and then the mic will follow you. And please be specific to the question, no need for background. We are already past our time of our meeting. We are supposed to end at 12:30. Others are supposed to go back to Mzuzu today, others in Blantyre and other respective places. Is there anyone who wants to ask a question to Mr. Chiamwaga or a comment? Okay, there is a mic there. There is a hand there from MBC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chiamwaga. And that was one of my best one of the best presentations on RTD, because that's the direction that we're trying to take as Malawi, especially when you look at Malawi 2063 and other development projects. I just wanted to add on to, it's just a comment on what Mr. Chiamwaga said on issues to do with how do we get there, looking at an example for MBC Development Broadcasting Unit, but also on our content in the mainstream, focusing outside the DBU. One of the key issues that we have done for us to continue to sustain the gains that we've made in DBU and to currently increasing in terms of our work in development is to ensure that we follow what our strategic plan does. So it's just a comment that when we're developing these strategic plans and institutions, they must be clear, it must be very clear on what we're trying to achieve in relation to 2063 or other government development blueprints that are there. So for example, for MBC, it's a must that we report every quarter on participatory, how we have engaged the communities in content development generation and having it on our platform. So this is a requirement for MBC based on the strategic plan itself. But also in our editorial policy, it's very clear on how we going to achieve, how are we going to make sure that the public or the communities are engaged in content generation. So that's why we continue to take the cameras and the recorders to the community members to generate content and be able to report on that. So I just wanted to add on that as broadcasting and media institutions, in our strategic plans, it must be very clear. And when we add it to that, people are held accountable in ensuring that that has been added. I just wanted to share on that. But thank you so much for the
Thank you very much.
I think another thing that maybe I like the fact where Mr. Chiamwaka said they need MACRA for the NGO conference with broadcasters is very important, because the tendency coming now from the NGO sector and going to the mainstream, back to mainstream media, is that how do the NGOs look at the media itself? So sometimes do we look at the media as a partner in development, or do we look at the media as just a tool to communicate what we're doing? So I think in this conference is going to be very important, but calling then in such kind of a conference that those broadcasters, like whether it's NBC, Farm Radio, providing reports on how they work with the NGOs. So if UNICEF has been your major partner, why has UNICEF picked on NBC DBU throughout the years to be its main project partner? So I think this conference is something that we're looking forward to as broadcasters, to ensure that there's a clear understanding that the media should be a partner in development and not a by the way, we need media for publicity. In the other room, there's a conference on genes and something like that. I'm like, what is this? But when you look at it, how much has the media been involved in the process of getting this information out to the public? So thank you so much. I think this is what MACRA for next year will be looking forward to, such kind of a conference to speak and talk to the NGOs, NGO sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chiamwaka, you got the feedback?
Yes, I did, and it's a beautiful feedback. Actually, it's complementary to my presentation, and I should really thank the respondent to my presentation, especially where she also mentions that broadcasters are not the bystander just to communicate, to publicize, but it's an engagement. Actually, they make things happen. Broadcasters' role is crucial to make development happen. And both NGOs and broadcasters have to really know that what they do is very, very important. I remember there was a time when I was growing up, if you hear rumors or you hear something and you haven't heard it on NBC, people will say, until we hear it from NBC. NBC will announce, because of its authoritative nature, its believability, its reliability, its ability to authenticate, information and messages. If people can hear development programs from broadcasters, you don't know what that means. Until now, people trust more, even in Malawi, radios than social media. Media literacy levels are growing and increasing, and people still strongly believe that radio and, of course, television still is more believable than other modes of communication. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chiamwaka. It has been a pleasure to have you on the forum.
Thank you. My pleasure too. And my very best wishes for those who've been traveling. Yeah, thank you.
Ziko masana bwino. Ziko mwambiri tatogoza kwambiri. Mwina kungonena kwa pang'ono a minute pazimene zikukambidwa takati kukamba kawiri ngakhale vena MACRA kulimbikitsa za content development. Kani yake ndio it's about being creative. Anzathu ama community radio mukudandaula zinthu zambiri zakhala zikukambidwa. Now I'm speaking on the background ngati mmodzi amene ndakhalako kwa wireless kwa kanthawi yayitali. Let's try to be creative as much as we can. zimamvetsa chisoni kuti ma community radio we are fighting for nothing, kuti tikulimbikira tifuna tizikhala ngati ena, kuti zosathandiza tapangani zinthu zanu within your locality, within your limit, kuti muafikire anthu amene muli kumeneko kuti muakwanitsire. Koma mukulimbana kwawo zakugaza zakukiriyana zakuti pena inde ndizothandiza koma sizothandiza kwenikweni. Mukudandaula kuti ma NGOs sakugwira nanu ntchito, tapitani pa council ma NGO amene muli komweko mukawauze content development yanu kuti mufuna muthandize ma issues about child labor. Craft the program yoti mutha kuigulitsa bwinobwino and do the programming content ya bwino yoti mbwera nayo. We have been asking about MACRA what the DOB said is a content development per community level. What are you doing, you as a community radios? But you see, mukugwira inde ntchito koma suti ndi yokwanira kufikira ponse. So tikamadandaula zina zote tulephera peza ndalama, we are failing to sustain our radios, whatever. Content development. Mukuyamba nyimbo 5 koloko mama mpaka 12 koloko. Nyimbo zake za ku Nigeria. Let's try to work on that. Sorry, Pepani. All right, we continue with our program. We have finished the presentation and all that we had. Now we are going towards the end of our program. Allow me to invite one of the participants, at least I am from yesterday, kufikira lero, chimene tatolapo ndi chiti ati chimene mungakonde kuti mwina kutsogolo kuno as MACRA titani mwachidule ndithu. I'll give you 5 minutes, then you speak to us, and then after I'll call the DOB to speak to us, and then way forward, and then thereafter you invite the DG to close our meeting. So one of the representatives from this room would want to speak on behalf of others. You raise your hand and then you bring the microphone on where you are. Should I just point? Have I been given that mandate? Mr. Ntagoma, would you speak to us, please? Pass the microphone with it to Mr. Ntagoma.
Thank you very much. For me, I find that this has been a very fruitful session. There's been a lot of exchanges that have happened. Some of the key points for me coming from television is the monetization. The vision that the DG presented with regards to the opportunities in the television industry. I've taken that presentation to share with my team because that is the same vision that I've always had and I've always communicated with my team to say that there's a lot of opportunity. One of the challenges has always been us working together as a team to implement things. We work as individuals in our organizations, and I think that has affected us a lot in moving forward. I've listened to some of the comments that have been made in terms of the journalists and the compensation. It's a big challenge in this industry today. The truth is that in my view, the corporate world has captured the media industry. Because if you calculate how many journalists go out every day and collect allowances, and how much money is not being paid to the industry, you find in the end the industry is losing out, because if a company comes and takes a journalist, program and they give you 10,000, airtime which they would have been paying a significant amount. I think we need to work very hard to put policies that will increase the revenues that come to the media houses so that journalists and the people working within the media houses are well compensated. One of the other challenges, and I want to thank the DG, he seems very, very aggressive in following up on things, is when you have this kind of meetings, it gives a lot of energy because you see there's a future. But the challenge comes when we have a meeting like this and then we meet next year to discuss the same thing. It's very important that whatever has been said, we have a clear action plan moving forward. And those of us who are committed to this industry, let's work together to make changes. The last thing I can say is there's a lot of talk about content development, the lack of creativity and the lack of proper content in Malawi. I very much disagree to say that content development is because we don't have the right people or we're not creative enough. The simple thing is because we don't have the resources. The industry is very poor. Therefore, we do things at the minimum level. For example, if we're talking of investigative journalism, how many of us can afford to have a journalist go and do a research for 3 months and be paying him a salary? And how much are you going to get out of that program? So I think some of the things that the DG has highlighted in his presentation and some of the presentations made here with regards to the future are important, that the structures should be fixed. And I think that's what MACRA is focusing now, is to put in structures that can ensure the sustainability moving forward. I think the television industry in Malawi has been taken a lot of advantage of. We provide a lot of content for free, and it is very unfair. It's making us poor. It's making the arts industry poor, because it's the television industry that can change the arts industry in this country. Most of the problems that we've spoken about, for me, are related to structural problems that need to be sorted out, and I'm glad that MACRA is actually working on that and putting these structures in place. If we put these structures in place, in the next few years, I do believe that there will be a significant change. One of the key things I should also commend MACRA is the efforts that MACRA has done to reduce the data costs, efforts to increase internet availability in the country, stability of internet, because those are things that are going to change this industry. Those are things that are going to put us in line with the rest of the world and create a lot of opportunities for the industry, including content. Today, one of the challenges in content is we are not even able, let's say, I'll take the example of Mibawa, for us to buy content from other parties, because the cost of you to buy that content, how are you going to pay it back? Once we move into a direction where we have a structure where we are able to afford, I am very sure Malawians are going to appreciate a significant change in the industry. Chair, okay. MACRA should listen to consultations and should reflect on what people are saying. And I think maybe this is in mainly reference to the issue here, the payment in my fees in US dollars. We don't operate in a dollar environment, and that is really a big challenge for us, and especially in line the current environment with one thing if we're going to pay dollars, maybe consider kuti rate ikale rate yagale. As we are looking on the way forward, I know that MACRA has explained that there are initiatives that are in place to review all this and sort them out. I believe that once that is done, even when we are going to make money, the more money we make, the more MACRA is going to make in terms of levies, taxes. But today, it is a big challenge in the industry. So my last word is thank you very much. I've really enjoyed the conference. I've really appreciated the plans and the initiatives that MACRA is putting to put a good foundation for the industry. And I believe if those are implemented, then this industry is going to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ntakomwa. That was a powerful speech. Zina magambazo big to differ kumabaveza. I'm the MC tikumana banjabo kuti we should discuss. Just as supposed to say kuti munena kuti content ilipo anthu alipo koma resources. I'll give you example ya ineyo mboni zina zilimo muno. When I joined Radio Maria 2003, alinafe can be my witness. Unfortunately, Ruse kulibe. Timagisa nchito marikoda zangati alinafe awiri. Koma timakajambula misa ndikabwera ndi ma program komweko. When I joined Zodiac 2008, Solomon with his 5 meet. Tinali my resources okwanira, but we were able to use the little that we had and generate the content. You are there to believe what I say about Zodiac. Of course. Mm. Oh, okay. For TV, I agree with you. Yes. Mm. But for the radio, mlinima phone momuno. You can record the program using the phone. Anyway, tikambirana zimenes. Good. Thank you. Allow me now to invite the DOB for the final remarks and the way forward, and then thereafter, you invite the DG to close our meeting. Thank you.
The Director General, Mr. Daud Suleiman, Interim Chairperson for the Broadcasters Association, Pastor Tangalimodzi, Task Force Chairperson for the Refarming, Mr. Hazwell Solomon, station managers from all broadcasting stations, and Macra management, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's been a fruitful 1.5 days, and we greatly thank you for that. And now my role is to reflect on the issues that were brought last year, and also to look at the issues that we have before us. And then I'll invite the Director General to close the meeting. Some of the issues have already been discussed, but critical issues that came forward were charging in US dollars. Why does Macra charge in US dollars? And we've seen that coming back and forth. And also the platform that was created for the content service providers to be using, and how that is not benefiting them. On that one, Macra has been working on this, and we've been in talks with the service providers, the satellite service providers, and there is a solution building up, and we've also met the content service providers, some of the leading people in that, and there are solutions that are coming forward, and we believe these have been fruitful meetings, and they're going to bear fruit in that area. But the major scope, the bulk of the solution in that, we learned from Nokia. They did not do anything. We don't blame them, but Nokia died, just like the DG presented yesterday, because it comes back to us. We need to be more innovative in order to move forward. Subscription is a way, and subscription came in different ways. Without that, will obviously die. Even when the solutions that were discussed with the satellite providers and even the solutions that were discussed with the content service providers, if we don't innovate, we'll obviously die in that. The DG will shed more light on other issues that came forth. On non-payment of license fees, well, Macra has seen an improvement in that area, because we've seen more broadcasters honoring payments, and we thank you for that. And our plea is to those who are still trailing behind that they should improve in that. Some have negotiated for a longer period to settle their fees, and we thank you for that. These were the major issues that came forth. I'll go to a list of issues that we've collected for this year's conference. We noted that there were comments that there are some importers who are importing gadgets or equipment that is not for our region but for other regions. Therefore, you are worried that when we implement the refarming, which comes to an end on 31st December, you say your equipment may not access the signals. For us, as pointed out by the Director of Telecoms yesterday, we'll continue our sensitization on type approval processes that all importers must adhere to the type of approval process, that they must only import equipment for our region. Because if we import equipment for other regions, it will obviously not work in Malawi. The centers that are in your areas, they've got radios that are not for our region but for other regions. Therefore, it's not MACRA to blame, but it's for the one who uses those radios, or the one who imported that center. Because if it doesn't work in the radios don't work, of course there are solutions. Let's talk at the end on what you can do if you have such radios, but obviously that's not for our region. Broadcasters have been urged to embrace digital, and that's a plea. If we don't embrace digital, we are going to die. Let's abandon traditional ways of working, but let's go digital, because that's the only way. Worldwide, it's a worldwide trend. Let's embrace it. It's a must. There was a plea that there are some broadcasters who opt to use their own infrastructure. They don't co-site, and they don't know how they are going to migrate swiftly to the sites that have been stated by the task force for refarming. We'll look into that, and the task force will look into that to see how they can assist you, so that you can also migrate within the shortest time to make sure you have a presence in the stated sites. On broadcasters paying their arrears using old USD rates, that one is not up to me to make that decision. We'll leave that to the Director General and Board on what can be done in that area. Yeah. Otherwise, if we've forgotten something, we ask you to write. You can write, otherwise we'll stay here the whole day. We ask you to write. MACRA has an open door policy where if you have a grievance, please bring it forward. You don't have to wait until the next annual meeting to take place. On community radios, let's continue to engage. Otherwise, I am very sure that the advice that MACRA gives you are more than the $100 that you get. And even other broadcasters, you may not get adverts maybe worth $5,000, but MACRA does exceed 50% of what you pay in adverts, just MACRA alone, without you coming to us to tell us any proposal, but MACRA offers adverts to everyone. There are cases where somebody was saying they never got, and we've asked him to see us at the end, and you will get adverts in that regard. But MACRA does make sure that everybody gets adverts. You don't have to come to us to bring any proposal, but when we are advancing some agendas, like maybe sensitization in the areas of need, we do offer that, and we've done that. Most of you have received that. This time, let me call the Director General, Mr. Daud Suleiman, to close the meeting. Mr. Suleiman.
Thank you, Zadziko. Good afternoon. I hope that the conference this year has been eventful. and that we've enjoyed our time. And most importantly is that we've shared developments, and we hope that we've built a same dream for the next 12 months where we will be heading and what the expectations will be. We are looking forward to the next 12 months from the regulator perspective. Most importantly is the review of the Communications Act, the development of the new digital laws. There's about 6 new laws that are going to come out. At least now we have the Data Protection Act, which was passed by Parliament, and MACRA will start operationalizing that because the authority has been given to MACRA to be the desk officer for that. So in the next 12 months, we will be hiring people and we'll be setting up that office that we can have the Director of Data Protection to be active on the ground. We have 2 new bills that are now ready for public review, the Cyber Security Bill, as well as the Cyber Crimes Bill. If you go on the MACRA website, you can see them. Please make your comment, read and make your comment, give us your feedback. At the same time, the Communications Act is also undergoing some major amendments. It's also available. It's now ready for public feedback. Please give it an effort. Go and see the kind of changes that are being proposed. If you don't agree with something, this is the time that you can come in and propose for changes, and we'll be able to listen. We're hoping that in the next 12 months we'll be done with those laws. Cyber Security Act, Cyber Crimes Act, Electronic Transaction and E-Commerce Act, the Startup Act, and at the same time we'll be ensuring that Malawi joins the rest of the international community in adopting the Malabo and the Budapest Conventions. These things I'm speaking to you because they are now forming the legal and regulatory framework in the digital era that this country will be shifting into. It's very important as broadcasters that you follow through and that you understand what these new laws are doing and what it is that MACRA as a regulator is pushing towards. The ratification of the international conventions is very, very important, and it helps in enhancing cybersecurity. We do not exist in a vacuum. We are operating under an international scheme of things. Most importantly is that we are a member of the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, which is a child of the UN. Over the past 3 weeks, the ITU had what is called the WRC, the World Radio Congress, which happens every 4 years, once every 4 years, is it 4 or 5 years? 5 years, where we agree on how to use spectrum, on how to use radio resources, on how we will operate in this segment. Malawi participated, and I'm glad to report that one of the major outcomes that we obtained from there was that we had lost our orbital slots as Malawi to Luxembourg and Israel. But through processes over the past 2 years, whilst in Dubai, Luxembourg has handed back over the orbital slot for Malawi. So now as Malawi, we now have our plot in Area 43. So that's a good development in the sense that space technologies are now not just the things that we'll be talking about, but we are now participating in the space industry. Through MACRA, we're setting up the Malawi Space Agency. There's a task force that is leading that process. We're hoping that in 24 months, we're going to have a fully autonomous space agency that we can run. Others may be wondering, why are we interested in space technologies? A good example is what's happening now with this lack of rain. We cannot tell which parts of Malawi have received rain and which parts of Malawi, as of today, they have a crop, and whether that crop can really mature or we should declare that there's going to be hunger. Through space technologies and space initiatives, we can map the country from a space perspective and be able to see and map that at 6 weeks, the height of maize should be at this point. If it's not at this point, then there is a problem. So we can be proactive. So there are so many use cases that we're going to adopt with the space agency. But what's important is, as a country, we cannot afford to be left behind. This is the time that we also should start exploiting some of the natural resources. Every country on Earth has been allocated these space plots or orbital slots, and Malawi, as I've mentioned, we've regained our orbital slot. Now the issues of can we do our own satellite broadcasting for TV and radio? Can we do our own satellite service for broadband? Now we do have a platform from which we can launch from. It's now a matter of just finding an operator or a partner who can come and sit on our orbital slot, and they deliver services into Malawi. So it opens up a whole lot of new opportunities, and it does put Malawi on the cutting edge of these developments. There are a number of agreements that we've signed at WRC. Most importantly, as Malawi, I must make mention here that I think for the first time in the history of our country and the history of MACRA, Malawi was in the forefront of active participation in safeguarding Africa's positions. So by the time that we were going to Dubai, Malawi was one of the leading countries. We were chairing a number of committees, and we were speaking on behalf of Africa on matters and issues that we believe, as a third world country, as a developing country, we should protect our spectrum, and we should protect how spectrum is being exploited. There are different interests. Other countries are very advanced, and they are looking at exploiting spectrum in a different perspective from what we have an interest in. Most importantly was the issue of terrestrial TV broadcasting, where other countries were interested in tapping into those frequencies and use those frequencies for mobile phone usage. As Malawi and as African states, we stood our grounds and did put a point across that we still need terrestrial TV services. So for the next 5 years, we're rest assured that our terrestrial TV services have been protected, and I'm proud to say that the team from MACRA did a very great job at Africa stage, and we did a very great job at a global stage that I think we do deserve a round of applause. Now, talking about spectrum, spectrum is an international resource. It cuts across. Spectrum ndi mphepo. So mphepo somungai yimitse kuti mphepo iyi itere apa pa Malawi pa. Mphepo kuchipata ikamadutsa imadutsa mu mchinji. Mphepo ku Karonga ikamadutsa imaulukira kupita mbali ya Tanzania. So within mphepo imeneyo, we are able to now use technology to deliver services, to push signals through that. Because of that, it becomes an internationally traded commodity. Now, this is where the assignment of $1 to the value of spectrum becomes a critical issue. It does not become a national issue. It is not a MACRA issue. This is an international commodity that we're dealing with. It's the same thing with petrol. 1 liter of petrol in Malawi, you may be buying it using Malawi kwacha, but trust me, it's pegged at a petrodollar price. And it's the same thing with spectrum. They do this so that at an international level, we are able to account in the sector, in the industry, of what is it, how much of this natural resource is being exploited. If we depart from the US dollar denomination, it becomes difficult even for us as a country to report to ITU on certain parameters. ITU and other organizations are tracking issues of penetration of internet, issues of affordability of internet. All those have a US dollar value at the back of it. So as we debate and as we make propositions that MACRA should move away from quoting, the key issue is we quote the value in US dollar. But the payment is made in Malawi Kwacha using the day's prevailing bank rate. It will become very difficult for us to operate in an international, setup when we've moved away from using a dollar as a benchmark for our spectrum. But what you must be assured of is that our spectrum cost is the cheapest within the region. We are charging Airtel $4 million US for their license, pretty much giving them access to spectrum is $4 million US for 10 years. In Zimbabwe, if I'm not mistaken, it's $45 million US for the same period. So you can see miles apart. We factored in the size of our economy, we factored in the level of penetration that we're in, but the same license that Airtel has in Malawi, they're not paying the same fees that they pay to MACRA versus what they're paying in Zimbabwe or in other countries. So we have tried to make this affordable in a Malawian context. So the other issue on reducing broadcasting fees, I think over the past 2-3 years, we've managed to bring a certain level of sanity in the industry, in the sense that I think a number of pretenders have exited. Now we have men competing with men. What we need to do now is to strengthen the status and the state of the industry. This industry has potential to generate a lot of revenue for both the investors as well as government and as well as MACRA. We are coming from an era where radio and TV was exploited from the position of how you obtain a license, who obtains a license, when do you obtain a license, and how do you operate the business. There was total exploitation, including how do you employ people, who have you employed. A whole lot of people mismanaged how this industry would be shaped. Now, it's up to us. If we want to value this as 2 kwacha, this would be 2 kwacha. If we want to value this as 20 kwacha, this would be 20 kwacha. From our perspective as a regulator, our interest is to have serious players come into the market. We would rather have 2 radios in Malawi and employ 500 people. We don't want to have 500 licenses and employ 2 people, because that is a scenario that can happen. So let us have a defined industry. Let us have an industry that on its own, it's able to dictate matters. Let us have men competing with men. Let us not mix things up. I think we have started on that trajectory, and where we're going, be assured that our interest as MACRA is to further develop and strengthen this industry so that we have bigger and serious players that are present on the market. If you are in a position that you are worried about your license fee today, 90% chance is that there is mismanagement in your institution. Because the first thing that when you're going into this industry, you knew you need a license. Before anything else, it's the license. So protect the license. Make sure the statutory obligations are being adhered to. Make sure things that are legal, things that you must deal with legally, you take care of them. Pay your taxes, pay your levies, pay your license fee to MACRA, and then deal with the other things. But some of us think that paying MACRA or paying MRA is a byproduct of you having spent your money or having gone to Dubai for your holiday and then come back and start thinking, oh, there's MACRA bills to be paid. Flip the priorities. The courier industry is developing. There's a whole lot of new commerce, the e-commerce. There's a whole lot of small parcels that must move up and down. There's no reason why we should be closing down courier companies. The need for people to be informed and entertained is ever increasing. You've seen now how people are now becoming serious social media influencers. It shows that there is an audience out there. They want to get content. Therefore, there is no reason why MACRA should close a TV or a radio station unless you are mismanaging. And I'm saying that there are station managers here, there are license owners here. I'm saying it. If we're going to close a radio station next year, it's not because MACRA has charged you a lot of money. It's because you have mismanaged that business. Zadziko gave a position and a point. MISA came to MACRA and they said that we are overcharging. We said, yes, we are overcharging, but we are also overpaying you radio stations. They said, how? So we went to our finance department. We pulled payment vouchers. Last year alone, MACRA paid you 500 million kwacha. From MACRA to radio stations, from community radio station all the way to the big ones, Zodiac, to Times, to Mibawa, to all of you. Even this last week, I've signed LPOs where I'm paying for advertising to your radios. So I have that information and that fact that we pay your license fees, we pay back. As MACRA, we pay back. And if there is one broadcaster here who is saying, no, that's not true, go to our accounts and see how much money we are paying to advertise, to put MACRA messaging across, because we're partners. But we don't count for that. We are helping you. So that's one MACRA. All you have to do is find another 1, 2 other businesses, and you break an even on the license. And I'm not saying that because it's in 2022 or 2023 that this, no. This has been the trend. MACRA advertises heavily on broadcasters, local broadcasters. So the business is there. So when we are saying that it's a two-way street, you want us to review charging in US dollars, you want us to review using an odd rate for the US dollar, you want us to review the Communications Act, fine. What are you doing? Because we have evidence that we are supporting you, and we've been there, and we're going to be there. You want us to do X, we've come and done X plus 1 to you. So we must move together. And our interest is to build this industry. I would love to move from 500 to 1 billion kwacha in the next budget. I would love to spend 1 billion kwacha back to you. I already showed you yesterday, there were like 4 or 5 new laws that are coming up. People in Likoma, they should understand about data protection. People in Likoma should understand that you cannot just forward and send things about Dar es Salaam and somewhere else without consent, because it's now going to become a law and you can be arrested. People in Tarire should understand that there is cyber crime. People in Kawari must understand that there is data protection. But we can't do that. You are the ones to do that. That's why this is a two-way street. So as much as you're bringing your demands to us to say, okay, can you look at this, can you look at that? Fine, we will look at that. But we also want you to pay attention to your businesses. We also want you to institute proper governance structures in your businesses. We want you and us to move together. And that's the only way this is going to be healthy, and that's the only way that this will continue to be a partnership. At the end of the day, we want a strong partner. So we'll be as strong as the weakest link, but we don't want to get to that point. Next year, please don't allow us to revoke a license from amongst you broadcasters. It's unacceptable. Where you have an idea, come to us. Now we have the Universal Service Fund. Now we have Malawi SET. Now we have Muni Fund. Now we are having the Data Protection Office coming in. And we have MACRA Main. These are 5 companies that are running within MACRA, that each one of them, Chimena Mapanga, every Malawian should know about them. And we can only get the message about Muni to the people via you broadcasters. So look at us as a serious opportunity, as a serious market. Come to us. Let us partner. We don't want to be in a situation where we've created gaps. No, no, no. MACRA will be the last institution to create those gaps. Certain things are very statutory. It would be very difficult for us to have an immediate answer or an immediate resolution on that. We need to take certain things to the board. The issue of the US dollar, it's been on the floor. We've taken it to the board. We've taken it to ST, Secretary to Treasury. And ST sits on the board for MACRA, and they say, no, we cannot do that. So whilst that is packed there, can we find a way around it so that we can take care of this risk? That's why I'm putting it out to you, that now there are 5 companies in MACRA with serious marketing and advertising budgets that you must come and exploit. It's a partnership. At the end of the day, both of us should win. We want our message to go out, and we want you to grow your businesses. We want radios and TVs to be very vibrant and to be very big in this country. With those very few remarks, I thank you very much for your attendance, and I invite you to lunch, which MACRA has paid for. And for those of you that are traveling, you know, Jenny Mercer's, next week or thereabout, it's Christmas. On behalf of my friends from MACRA, I wish you a very Merry Christmas and a very prosperous 2024 New Year. And I've told you, there's money at MACRA. Come, tell us how you can exploit that money. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Bwana DG, for the official closing remarks. As you've heard, there is money at MACRA, so it's up to you how to make use of it. Tizirondi tudi tufika ku mapeto kwa msonkhano wathu. Pali zinthu ziwiri kapena zitatu zoti ndifotokozere. DG ananena kale za chakudya kuti tikamatuluka kuno tipeza makuponi kumene foya kumene tinadyera dzulo. Ma logistics makafufuza ndamva kuti wina aliyense has been sorted, unless ngati muli ndi vuto ndiye kuti mupeze tileke lungu pa secretariat kuti akuthandizeni. Ma community broadcasters akuti musalire mukumane, there is something that you need to discuss briefly. Tisanafika mapeto kweni kuti bwana wenu Lupesi atitsekere ndi pemphero. Nathan has something to communicate to us.
Thank you, Joseph. Bwana DG anena kale kuti kwasala almost 6 days to Christmas. Kotero chawakomera kuti apereke ma gift kwa ma media directors, station managers, ndi mabungwe onse olemba nkhani mdziko muno. Kotero pamene tikupita ku lunch tiyamba ndi ma national broadcasters, tipita kuchati majambulisira dzulo paja kuti katenge ma gift. Okay. Okay, it has pleased the Director General to celebrate this year's Christmas with us. So we have got gifts for media directors, station managers, and media organizations. So at the end of this function, let's meet outside. We'll start with national broadcasters, then regional broadcasters, then we'll end up with the community broadcasters, considering that they are meeting after we close this session. Thank you so much.
Fine, the DOB is reminding me that we also have satellite broadcasters, the DSTV, StarSat, so, and Azam as well. So all of you, you're among the people that are going to get the gift that has been organized by MACRA through the DG. So you follow the person who was here making the announcement. If you get lost, get the secretariat, you'll be guided where to get your gifts. Otherwise, thank you very much. You have been a good audience, and thanks for everything. Looking forward to meet you next year, God willing. Happy Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. May I ask now Mr. Owen Lupesa to officially close our conference with a word of prayer. I've been your host, Joseph Mwanoga. Thank you very much.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for having been with us the past 2 days. During the 2-session day, we saw how great you are for enabling us to discuss fruitful subjects and topics as far as communication in Malawi is concerned. We thank you, Lord, for the leadership of MACRA. We thank you, Lord, for the participants and all the contributions that were made during this session. As we go back to our respective places, we'll call upon you, Lord, to grant us travel mercies and reach our respective homes safely. Until such other time, that will be also possible to convene as such. We ask all this in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ, our friend and Savior. Amen.
Attention, akuti amene mukufuna football content kumpira mukumane ndi Mbani Matola iziye. Atambiri mmadandaula kuti content muipeza bwanji ya mpira, so iziye you can discuss with him.